Welcome, young Turks, on a momentous Tuesday. Today, we have Wisconsin. You cheeseheads, you're going to be super relevant in the history of the United States of America. The voting's happening right now at 8:45 p.m. Eastern. We're going to come back on the air. Obviously, we're going to do the full show right now, and we're going to start giving you Wisconsin coverage. Jordan Sheridan is on the scene, and so he'll be live with us. Jimmy Dore's coming in. Now, if you remember, Jimmy Dore told you to not freak out after what was admittedly big losses on that Tuesday where Hillary Clinton swept March 15th states, right? He told you not to freak out. And then I said, look, if Bernie's got a chance, he's got to get close to sweeping the rest of the states until New York. Well, guess what he's done? 6 out of 7 so far. Well, tonight, it's state number 8. Which way is it going to go? Which way? And on the Republican side, can Trump beat Cruz handily? Can Cruz beat Trump handily because he's the one leading in Wisconsin? And what kind of a difference does that make as they head into New York? So New York is going to be monumental, but Wisconsin is very important. If Bernie Sanders gets upset tonight and loses, and by the way, he was losing by double-digit points until very recently. So it's not like it can't happen, and some pollsters have it at 50-50. Right? If he gets upset tonight, that's a big, big blow, okay? If he winds up holding on and winning in Wisconsin, he will have done what he needed to do. And he'll have done it on a fairly grand scale because his 6 wins so far have been complete blowouts. The smallest of the victories was when he got 68% of the Democrats abroad. He got, I believe, 82% in Alaska. But to be fair, some of the states that he won were weird, they were white, and they were right next to Vermont, like Hawaii. Wait. By the way, Hawaii, the most diverse state in the nation, and they literally called it white the night that he won. Mainstream media, you crack me up. Okay. So that's all coming up tonight. Later on this program, I'm going to break down, Hillary Clinton says that Bernie Sanders is lying about her record, and her army of establishment supporters, including James Carmel, look at his list, Barney Marone, agrees, Barney Frank agrees, I disagree. I'll break it down for you. This Panama Papers leak, giant scandal worldwide, but no one could have seen it coming. Let's see who could have seen it coming. All right. That's a little bit later. Maybe it was Hillary Clinton. Maybe she saw it coming. Remember when she went to the bankers and told them to cut it out? Maybe this was the time. We're going to find out later in the program. And then we wiped a drug off the map, which is very fascinating. That's in the second hour. Which drug was it? How do we do it? That is strange. Okay. All right, I got to go, guys. I got to go. Let's get just a little bit of fun. We're talking about stupid conservatives in the first segment. I'm going to keep it real. That's the theme. Okay? So Antonin Scalia passed away recently, and so a lot of rich people were upset because he was an enormous defender of the rich and the powerful. So George Mason University, which is known to be conservative, apparently called up a couple of donors, and boom, jackpot. So let me read from Law News for you guys. Last week, the Board of Visitors at George Mason University, it's always a funny name. It sounds like they just dropped by for a visit. We're part of the Board of Visitors. We won't be staying long. Anyway, approved renaming the law school in honor of the late Justice Antonin Scalia after an anonymous donor provided a $20 million gift to the law school to facilitate the name change. Yeah, of course, they're always anonymous. Now, if you're proud of Antonin Scalia, why not put your name on it? They're like, hey, way to look out for us, man. I saved a lot of taxes because of you. Way to go, Antonin, my boy. No, don't tell who I am. Okay. So let's assume that they were just trying to be generous and didn't want other people to know how generous they are, right? Okay, great. Well, as of last Thursday, as Law News explains, the name was officially changed to, what makes sense, to Antonin Scalia School of Law at George Mason University. Wait a minute. Let's spell that out. Antonin Scalia, well, that's A-S, right? That's good, okay. School, Antonin Scalia School, of Law. O-L. Oh, no. That spells asshole. $3 million well spent. Thank you, anonymous donor. The most accurately named law school in the country. Well done. Well done. God, they're so smart, the conservatives. Except they didn't bother spelling it out. Okay. Now, in a panic, they named it. They changed it. It was official. And then all the students are like, dude, now I'm going to asshole university. Don't do this to me, right? They're like, oh, no, what have we done? So they changed it to Antonin Scalia Law School. Okay. By the way, final twist of the story. That's where I used to broadcast my first Young Turk shows all the way back in the day. So if you saw Mad as Hell, the movie about the Young Turks and the whole thing, you'll see the public access shows that I do. It was out of George Mason, that same building, before it became an asshole building. Oh, those were the good old. Actually, back then I was a Republican, so perhaps I belong in that building. Okay, all right, we move forward. It's just a little bit of fun for you guys. Okay, well, more fun. So Sarah Palin is now going after Azealia Banks, rightfully so, by the way. We covered this on the show yesterday. Banks said some horrible things about her, and she decided that she was going to strike back, and she went up on Facebook. Now, the horrible things she said involved rape, and you can't have it, and we condemned her thoroughly yesterday on the show for doing that, and we defended Sarah Palin. Rare twist, right? But she deserved that defending. And then there was a racial component, and Banks kept talking about how the black guys, the veiny things, should go in and do this and that, or etc. So she's going to write back. Now, right now, we're predisposed to be on Sarah Palin's side because she's running this controversy. Then she puts this up. She says, "Hey, female rapper." Jesus Christ, you already lost. There's 3 words, and I'm already out. Okay, listen up, little darling. No one has any idea what you're wigging about in these bizarre, violent rants against me. But you're obviously not exercising enough intelligence to acknowledge you've been sucked into believing some fake interview, which I supposedly offered comments representing the antithesis of my truth. Okay. Like, this isn't the problem. This is just normal Sarah Palin. But you don't say that she doesn't have enough intelligence if you can't put together a sentence. What was that mess? The antithesis of my truth? What are you talking about?
Hey.
This is the worst written sentence in American history.
Okay.
Right? And then she has the audacity to say no one has any idea what you're wigging about.
Somewhere.
Okay, so I'm going to buy it and I can take it home when I leave, okay?
Projection?
Okay, I love you.
With your violent rants.
I love you,
Nobody knows what you're wigging about.
I called you and said, okay, so I'm going to...
No, I was drinking orange juice, that's why. I was drinking orange juice and my phone was charging upstairs.
You're blessed to have been given an influential platform. So have I.
So I'm going to buy this away and take it home.
Both of our platforms to work together on something worthwhile.
Okay, I love you. See you later.
I love you too.
Along with empowering young women to defend themselves against the most misogynist, degrading, devastating assault perpetrated by evil men. Right. Okay. Now, I know she didn't mean condoning. I know she meant condemning, right? But you wrote it. It's not like, hey, you're up there on a speech and you just blurted it out. It happens, right? We don't have a teleprompter here. I say funny things from time to time. This you bothered to write out. So some of you might be wondering, well, I don't get it, man. Like, if you're conservative or you're neutral to reality, and you think, like, wait, wasn't she better on the campaign trail? Wasn't there something appealing about her at the time? Well, you're not totally wrong. On the campaign trail, she studied her talking points. And the speech that she gave that was pretty good by all accounts at the Republican National Convention, that's when everybody said, she's a star! It was written for her, and she read it from a prompter. She used to be a sports anchor, so she was good with a prompter. So she just read the whole speech. That's it. She later pretended that it wasn't in the prompter. We were in the room. J.R. Jackson, our producer, was sitting behind her, saw it in the prompter. The speech was in the prompter. There's no question about that. So that was her shining moment when she read someone else's work. Now, she doesn't have any staff. So either she's too cheap to have anyone back her up at all. One assistant, one staffer, anything, right? I mean, She ran for vice president. She was governor for like 3.5 seconds in Alaska, right? Or she has staffers, but she's such an egomaniac that she won't let any of them check her work. So they're like, yeah, Sarah, go ahead, yeah. You can condone racism. That's a really good idea. Oh, God, here we go again. Right? Like, somebody's got to double check that it's not condoned. The word you're looking for is condemn. Unless it's a Freudian slip, and that was the word you were looking for. But in the context of this, I wouldn't have gone in that direction. So, again, the mystery is solved. She really has no idea what she's talking about. And the difference now is that she has no one to help her. And without any help, oh, dear little lady, I'm drowning. Where am I going? Oh, no, I'm falling and I can't get back up. Okay. I told you, just making fun of conservatives in the first segment. I wasn't lying. Okay, now we'll go to Donald Trump. Okay.
That's right.
Now, Donald Trump has been talking about how he's going to get rid of waste, fraud, and abuse of the government. In fact, the government's too big. He's going to cut whole departments. Now, earlier in a town hall event, he had said the Department of Education was super important. Well, he said education was among his top 3 priorities. And so they said, well, if it's among your top 3 priorities, what are you going to do with it at the federal level? And he said, oh, nothing. Okay. Now, here he's going to say Department of Education is gone. He's got his talking point down on that, and he's going to eliminate it entirely. And his idea of doing something about education is, I don't know, you do something, not me. But that's not the interesting one. Wait till you hear the other department he's going to get rid of. What?
To eliminate any departments. Oh, absolutely. First of all, we want to bring education back to Wisconsin, right? The end Common Core and Department of Education the Department of Education is massive and it can be largely eliminated. Now you maybe want to have a little bit of, tentacles out there and make sure everything, but largely we can eliminate the Department of Education. Department of Environmental, the DEP is killing us environmentally. It's just killing our businesses.
DEP? I have no idea what that is. But it gets better. He literally said, Department of Environmental. Environmental what? You fool. You baboon. This guy's running for president and winning on the Republican side. It's the Environmental Protection Agency, you schmuck. He didn't even bother learning that before running for president. And what's amazing is his supporters aren't bothered by it. They're like, oh, yeah, I've got to get rid of the DEP, Department of Environmental. Can't have it. Well, lucky for you guys, we've already eliminated it because it doesn't exist. Doesn't anybody even think, like, Department of Environmental, that feels kind of incomplete. Oh, but it turns out Trump is confident. The Department of Environmental is killing us. It's killing our environment. Okay. But, like I told you, his supporters, they eat this stuff up. They're not voting for him despite him being this stupid and his inability to speak English. They're voting for him because of it. In fact, let me show you Scott Baio. Remember Charles in Charge? I used to watch this guy back in the happy days. He's supporting Donald Trump. And listen to why.
Who is supporting for President Trump? Why? It's very simple because when he speaks, I understand him. He speaks like I speak. He communicates with people very well. I want him, as any one person can do, is to go into Washington and blow it up. I'm fed up.
Okay, I'm going to quote that again. When he speaks, I understand him. He speaks like I speak. That's the most damning quote I've ever heard from anybody. Accidentally so, I understand that. But they've done an analysis on Donald Trump's vocabulary. He literally speaks like a third grader. So a lot of the schmucks out there are like, oh, that guy said, I finally understand him. We got to get rid of Pete. We got to get rid of the Department of Environmental. We got to get rid of it. I get that. You speak like just like I do. Gee, I wonder why he's collected all the morons in the country that are voting for him. Okay, now, our own reporter, Jordan Sharon, did a really interesting interview on TYT Politics. You can check out the whole interview. It's another Trump supporter. She's amazing. She's a florist. Why she's supporting Trump? Jordan asked 3 different times, give me just one policy that you're in favor of Trump. Instead, he got this in.
So, third time's a charm? No policy? Just Trump?
Just Trump.
I don't know what that means. But there's your Trump support. I said, I got no policies. Yeah, no. My reason for voting for him? Just Trump. Wow. This is what this country has evolved to. Okay. To be fair to Trump, though, the Department of Environmental, I mean, it's just killing us. Killing our business. You know what? I got news for their vote. Yes, we are smarter than you. I know how you love to cry over that. Oh, God, the Republicans are never going to go to the Senate. Liberals are saying they're smart. They're all these cowards or whatever. They're on their side. It's just they have science on their side. They're not supposed to be on their side. Well, then you shouldn't vote for this moron. So if you do, sorry that I've offended you. But you probably won't even understand it because you're really not that bright. Yeah. We'll be right back.
One after damn thing. Oh, got that figure. Oh my God, this. What is it? No. Right. It doesn't work. Hey, Jesus. I'm 300.
tell your neighbors. Tell Randy Gonzalez. We're coming. 8:45 p.m. Eastern. That is going to be on tytnetwork.com/live. That's where you got to go tell everybody in social media. tytnetwork.com/live. Okay? Well, tell them to come watch right now. We're live. So, Mr. Red Penguin writes in, Jordan Chariton will be on tonight? Sure sounds like my lucky night. TYT's amazing. I never cared about reporters before. How cool is that, right? Bam. Jordan, there you go again. You're reporting. Okay, so yes, he'll be on tonight with us. He's in Wisconsin, on the ground. Will he have a cheesehead? I don't know. We'll find out when we go to him. We'll go to him right away when we start our broadcast at 8:45 p.m. Okay, Vincent writes in, Jenk, best Sarah Palin impression ever. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. And then Steph Moss is going to get himself a t-shirt for this. Asshole University sounds like a blast. Although I don't want to know what their class ring would be. All right, nice job, Steph. Get that guy a TYT t-shirt. ShopTYT.com. Okay, all right, we move forward. These two stories are very important, okay? And then I've got some historical stuff for you that's amazing a little bit later in the program. That's always a good thing, right? Historical stuff later in the program. Okay, here we go. So the Panama Papers have shown that there is corruption worldwide. There's a leak of a giant cache of documents, over 11 million documents that newspapers across the world are looking into now. The leader of Pakistan, along with 11 other countries implicated, Vladimir Putin implicated. He apparently has stashed away $2 billion in some of these offshore tax havens, along with his friends and associates. And the surprising name on the list to us that are not familiar with Iceland was the Prime Minister of Iceland. And guess what? We have our first person who has decided to step down because of this controversy. Down goes Sigmundur David Gunnlaugsson. Down goes Sigmundur David Gunnlaugsson.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Sorry, Sigmundur David Gunnlaugsson. You're done, son. Back up, go home. So, people are, of course, wondering what in the world are you hiding in an offshore tax haven, especially because you were making decisions about banks in the crash that they had in Iceland and banking collapse that they had there. Did you have some of your money in those banks? Were you affected by that? He's like, I don't want to answer those questions. See, you wouldn't want to be you, right? So now, Putin has not stepped down. Now, to be fair, a lot of people are saying, well, nobody could have seen this coming. I mean, the idea that people would stash money away in Panama, and that you might actually have trade deals between different countries and countries like Panama, just for the purpose of the rich and the powerful being able to stash their money away. Well, nobody could have seen that coming. Really? Well, let's go and find out if that's the case. Here's a guy speaking about the trade deal that the United States was going to do with Panama back in 2011.
Panama's entire annual economic output is only $26.7 billion a year, or about 0.2% of 1% of the U.S. economy. No one can legitimately make the claim that approving this free trade agreement will significantly increase American jobs. Then why would we be considering a standalone free trade agreement with Panama? Tiny country. Well, it turns out that Panama is a world leader when it comes to allowing wealthy Americans and large corporations to evade U.S. taxes by stashing their cash in offshore tax havens. And the Panama Free Trade Agreement will make this bad situation much worse. A tax haven has one of three characteristics. It has no income tax or a very low rate income tax. It has bank secrecy laws. And it has a history of non-cooperation with other countries on exchanging information about tax matters. Panama has all three of those. They are probably the worst.
Apparently somebody could have seen it coming. So, for all those people saying, we are shocked to find out there's gambling in this establishment. Yeah, no, you all knew, okay, but there's only one guy who told us. Now, the establishment can't figure out why people are supporting Bernie Sanders. Well, being right for 40 straight years, pretty good reason to support a guy. A lot of them talking about, his supporters don't know any of the facts. No. We know exactly what the facts are. The ones he warned us about, the ones he told us about ahead of time. Now, you you might say, well, hey, wait, Jake, be fair. Hillary Clinton was probably on the same side, right? I mean, Democrat and, progressive, right? I mean, she says she's not a liberal, but progressive, I hope, kind of, somewhat. So she was probably against the Panama trade deal, too, realizing these significant problems with it. Well, let's find out.
One of our top goals is to complete free trade agreements with Colombia and Panama. Now, I'm not talking out of school when I say that free trade agreements always raise hard questions, and they spark a lot of healthy debate in our country. But today, I'm happy to report we are making great progress on both agreements. Panama passed important new laws on labor rights and tax transparency. So early this year, we intend to send Congress the legislation that would implement all 3 pending FTAs. Now, I think this is good news for the people of all of our countries. In the United States alone, these 3 agreements, Colombia, Panama, the Andean trade preference renewal, could add more than $10 billion to our economic output, and that would translate into some 70,000 new jobs for American workers.
Good one. Where are those 70,000 jobs now? I haven't seen any evidence of it, right? But there she is, on tape at the same time as Bernie Sanders is saying the whole point of it is a tax haven. She's saying, oh, no, man, I am happy to report that these free trade agreements with countries like Panama, we are going to do them, and we are going to do them because of their economic benefit. Okay, I wonder why people are supporting Bernie Sanders. It must be because, as the establishment says, they don't have enough facts. Hilarious. I just showed you the facts. Now, okay, you might say, but again, Cenk, that's not fair. Bernie Sanders is the only person who figured it out back then. You can't put that on Hillary Clinton. She went along with everybody else, just like she did in the Iraq War, just like she did in deregulating the banks, just like she did every time the establishment made a major, colossal error. She just went along. No one else could have known. Bernie was the only other guy to know. Well, if Bernie's the only guy to know, and he's in the race, who should you vote for? I can't quite tell. All right, but that's also not true. One other guy, at the same exact time, while covering Occupy Wall Street, also had a warning about the trade deal with Panama. Let's find out who that is.
It turns out that Fox News' parent corporation, News Corp, run by Rupert Murdoch, of course, has been lobbying in favor of tax havens, the free trade deals that created the tax havens for not only the tax havens in Panama already existed, and Fox News already takes advantage of them, but the free trade deal basically sanctions it and says the United States government cannot do anything to check it, okay? So Fox News, of course, loves that because they have 136 subsidiaries in offshore tax havens, okay? That the legislators and Fox News claimed, we're going to get some great economic benefits for the country by doing our deal with Panama. Panama's economy is so small that it's less than half of News Corp's worth. So News Corp is worth twice as much as what the entire Panamanian economy is. Fox News doesn't care about Panama because of how it's going to help the American economy. They care about it because they get to hide all their money offshore in places like Panama. That's why they wanted to pass.
Yeah, no one could tell that the trade deals we were doing with Panama was just to help the rich and powerful hide their money, except for everyone paying attention. Why didn't the media report that? Oh, right, because they were also taking advantage of those offshore tax havens. And look at that. Yet again, Hillary Clinton agreed with Fox News Channel. I'm so sorry for pointing out facts. That's just very rude of me. I should tone it down. One more thing. The Clinton camp keeps saying, no, Sanders is unrealistic. He's so unrealistic the way he's been right all along. So you should vote for us because we'll give you a little bit of change. But they never told you which direction that change is going. Because Hillary Clinton did give us change. For example, we weren't at war with Iraq, and then we were. That was change. Hillary Clinton supported that act. Hillary Clinton supported deregulating the banks in the first place under her husband, and then later helped them with the bankruptcy bill. Still to this day says we shouldn't bring back Glass-Steagall so that the bankers will stop gambling with our money. So she brought us change in all those things, but it wasn't in the right direction. And in the case of the free trade deals, specifically with Panama, I'm not against all free trade deals. I was against that specific one because that one was an obvious fraud to help the rich hide their money, so we pay the taxes and they don't. And everybody knew it at the time. You were either on that side, which all the establishment and the rich and the powerful were, or you were against it, which was us and Bernie Sanders, right? Or anyone paying attention who didn't have something to gain, right? So when she says she's just going to give you incremental change, and that's more practical and realistic, you should ask her, which direction? Because all the change she's given us so far in all those different deals didn't go in our direction. It went in a right-wing direction. It went in the direction of power and money. It went in the direction of her donors. And now she tells us, don't worry, I'm going to give you some change. I say, no thanks. What leads you to believe she's going to give you change in the right direction? So if you tell me Bernie Sanders is going to try for change that's absolutely right, and Hillary Clinton is not going to try for that at all, she's going to try for just a little bit of change, but going in the opposite direction, she, as a progressive, who should I vote for? I can't quite figure it out. Look at the tape. Decide for yourself. Okay. Oh, God, they're so wrong. All right, we move forward. Speaking of which, that leads us to our next story. Okay. Hillary Clinton is tired of the Bernie Sanders camp's lies. In fact, here, let me show you. This is when she had a run-in with a Greenpeace activist about her donors in the fossil fuel industry, and then I'm going to have the facts. Let's watch.
Will you act on your words and reject fossil fuel money in the future in your campaign? I do not. I have money for all the work for fossil fuel companies. I am so sick. I am so sick of the Sanders campaign lying about me. I'm sick of them.
Sick of them lying about me. First of all, she's not with the Sanders campaign. R. Jordan Chariton interviewed her on TYT Politics. She works for Greenpeace, not for Sanders. And Greenpeace is trying to get all the candidates to stop taking fossil fuel money. And she does take fossil fuel money, but I'm going to show that to you in a second. First, I want to show you one more Hillary Clinton interview on air talking about the same issue.
When people make these kinds of claims, which now I think have been debunked, actually the Washington Post said 3 Pinocchios, the New York Times also analyzed it, and other independent analysts have said that they are misrepresented by record. I'm just not going to, I feel sorry sometimes for the young people who, believe that this, do their own research, and I'm glad that we now can point to reliable, independent analysis to say, no, it's just not true.
Oh, she feels sorry for you guys. You don't know anything, you young people. You're fools. Why won't you vote for me? I don't understand. Perhaps something to do with your condescension? So let's go to the action facts. She says that, oh no, it's debunked. Okay, great. I'll go to the source itself that, quote-unquote, debunked the story, Washington Post. She talked about it there, okay? So they explained, according to the Center for Responsive Politics, as of March 21st, the Clinton campaign has received nearly $308,000 from individuals in the oil and gas industry. That doesn't look too debunked. In fact, they explain later it's actually $333,000 when you take it all into account. Now, that is directly people who work for the oil and gas companies giving money to Hillary Clinton's campaign. Now, it could be that perfectly lovely people work there and they happen to give money to Hillary Clinton. For example, Bernie Sanders also got $54,000 from people working at the oil and gas companies. Now, $54,000 is a hell of a lot less than $308,000, but we're at the tip of the iceberg here in the real money that was given to Hillary Clinton. I'll get to that in a second. But it's one thing if some random person, whether they're a clerk or an executive at an oil company, decides, hey, I like Bernie Sanders, or I like Hillary Clinton, and I'm doing this because I think it's the right thing for the country. It's another thing when lobbyists that work for those companies bundle money for you. See, that's a coordinated effort. Okay, so now let's go to those larger numbers. This is again the Washington Post. Greenpeace tracked nearly $1.5 million in bundled and direct donations from lobbyists currently registered as lobbying for the fossil fuel industry. Okay, well, that sounds like a lot of money, but we're not done yet. Then another $3.25 million in donations were directed by such lobbyists to Priorities USA, a super PAC backing Clinton, Greenpeace claimed. Then they go on to explain, yeah, that's right. Where's the debunked part? Well, I'm going to get to that, and this is hilarious. Despite the fact that they say, yes, those numbers are correct, they gave it 3 Pinocchios. 3 out of 4. 3 out of 4. Saying mainly this is a lie. Bernie Sanders is a liar. Even though the facts are absolutely right. And they concede the facts. So why? Now, keep in mind, Washington Post, which she called neutral, has already written op-ed after op-ed, scathing attacks against Bernie Sanders. He's unrealistic. He's a socialist. He's no good for the country. Literally the most scathing op-eds in the entire country. Worse than the Wall Street Journal's op-eds. Okay? So that's the Washington Post. So they go, okay, yeah, the facts are accurate. Now, let me tell you why I don't like Bernie Sanders. So now here's the rest of their analysis. Quote, we should note that under the law, Clinton cannot coordinate with the super PAC, so she has no control over these donations. That's your astute political analysis. That these politicians are not coordinating with the super PACs. Oh, that super PAC that's spending tens of millions of dollars on my behalf. Golly gee, this is the first I heard of it. Really? That's your political analysis, Washington Post? Because they are the establishment. Like, I don't see any corruption. They collected $4.5 million on her behalf. I don't know. They're probably not coordinating. That is preposterous. It's embarrassing if that's what you really think is going on in American politics. Well, the American people don't agree with that. Okay, so now wait, they've got more excuses. So they explain. So that adds up to all the donations they were requesting, up to more than $4.5 million. So they acknowledge it. They acknowledge it right there, right? That's certainly a bigger number than the $333,000. That's basically the money directly given to her campaign. But it's still only 2% of the total contributions received by Clinton and outside groups back. Now that's true. But think about that for a second. Their excuse for her is, yeah, I know she took $4.5 million from the oil guys, but she's taking so much more from the others. The bribes that the oil and gas companies gave her are small compared to what the banks gave her. See, not guilty. Bernie Sanders is a liar. Okay, I'm just quoting you. Okay, let's keep reading. Here's another issue. There's a further problem with this calculation. Greenpeace counts all the money raised or contributed by lobbyists as, quote, oil/gas industry funds. But these lobbyists have many other clients besides the oil industry. Oh, I see. So since these lobbyists are trying to corrupt her, and they're not giving it for their health, they're looking for return on investment, that's why they're lobbyists. But they work for drug companies and oil companies and banks, so let's not count it as money from the oil companies. Hey, that's one way of looking at it, okay? So don't worry, guys. She's been corrupted by all the industries, not just oil and gas. In fact, to give an example, Ben Klein, one of the lobbyists highlighted in the Greenpeace report, also lobbies for American Airlines, Cigna, and Hearst, according to the Lobbying Disclosure Database. So in theory, his contributions to the Clinton campaign could also be labeled as funds for airline, insurance, or media industry. Well, you're right. They've also bribed him. Now, the Washington Post would be aghast at my suggestion that millions of dollars handed to a politician is a bribe. No! That's just charity out of the goodness of their heart. They don't expect anything in return. This is what they call political analysis at what has become the pathetic Washington Post. Really? This is your analysis of who's right and wrong on this issue? Okay, we're not done yet with the excuses. Just a couple more. Quote, there's no evidence any of these actions were tied to campaign contributions. Now, by the way, that's after they list a number of votes, because the Bernie Sanders campaign listed it, so they had to put it in the paper, of ways that she has voted with the oil and gas industry, including the tar sands in Canada, when she, in that case she's not voting, but she's heading in that direction as Secretary of State. She was in favor of approving it, and then you've got her votes in the Senate when she was a senator, and all that. But she seems to vote with oil and gas. That's okay, fine. And she got $4.5 million. That's absolutely true. But no, she's a beloved, honorable politician in Washington. How dare you challenge her honor in this way? Of course, those campaign contributions are not tied to the millions of dollars she got from that industry and all the other industries. Wow. The lies have become so brazen. I mean, it's Orwellian. this is in the midst of an article that has the temerity, the gall, to claim that Bernie Sanders is lying. In their final analysis, they said, in the context of her overall campaign, the contributions are hardly significant. $4.5 million from lobbyists, hardly significant, given the hundreds of millions of dollars she's pocketed. What corruption? Bernie Sanders, liar. They acknowledge the $4.5 million number is correct, but they called him a liar anyway, because they said, well, it pales in comparison to all the other money that she's taking. And, well, we don't know if her super PAC and her are coordinating. I see no evil. I hear no evil. And these hundreds of millions of dollars given to her, you're suggesting that was for her to vote in their direction? And she did? Well, that's true, she did. But you're suggesting that? Oh my God, what a liar you are. Pathetic. These are the real facts. Okay. Now, then she's going to send out her establishment lackeys to fight the good fight. Let's skip over the first Barney Frank video. Barney Frank goes out there and calls the voters stupid. I've seen it before. They don't understand how the process works. If you kept voting for Democrats all along, I read a huge interview with him about this. If you just vote for the Democrats, vote for me. Give me more power. And then you would have what you want. No. I wouldn't have what I want, because the establishment Democrats took the same donor money and did the same exact things that those same donors wanted. No. Just bow your head and keep voting for me, right? Well, our own Jordan Charrington caught up with him, a reporter for TYT, and Barney Frank, an interesting point he made in their defense. Let's watch.
Could you understand why the average American is concerned about Secretary Clinton's track record? She's gotten a lot of big donations from banks.
No, I get big donations from banks. I don't believe that people on the left should engage in unilateral disarmament. Is it really your goal to have us all lose? Because I wish they weren't giving banks. But here's my concern with that viewpoint. Judged by the results, what impact have those big donations have that people can point to? But yeah, not only did I take a lot of donations from financial institutions, I'm chairman of the committee where I was passing the vote rule and consumer bill, but I try to get them to give to other Democrats. I think do you think it would really be better for liberals, regulators, if all the money from the banks went to Republicans as opposed to just 80%? Because we could accomplish that. We could refuse to accept any.
Yeah, that would be better. So let me explain why. It's not because I'm an idealist, that's a dreamer, etc. No, because then you wouldn't be corrupted and you could actually fight back. Instead, what you have done is set up a game where you are a perpetual loser. They give 4 times as much money to the Republicans. They have a perpetual advantage. And then you grovel for the crumbs of the donors. And then you do what they wanted anyway. Now, I know your name's on it, so you feel very protective over Dodd-Frank. Dodd-Frank is not nearly effective enough. The banks that were supposed to be regulated by Dodd-Frank are now considerably larger. Oh, wow. But boy, don't hurt him, Barney. Well, you didn't hurt him. You didn't. Why do you think they gave you the money, Barney? They gave it to you because they were happy with what you were doing. Yes, they would have liked less regulation. I understand that. They would like no regulation. Of course, the robbers don't want any cops. But you're a cop on the beat saying, well, of course I took the bribe from the robbers, but the other guys were taking even bigger bribes. That is not a very good excuse. I would rather have you not take the bribes and try to actually get rid of the corruption. The Democrats apparently never even considered that. They're like, no, we're going to be the Washington Generals. Yeah, we're going to lose to those Harlem Globetrotters every time. Oh, it's so funny when they yank our shorts down and throw the water in our face. Yeah, they're getting 4 times as much. Yeah, I love this system. Let's keep going. Now here's James Carvin.
You look at Dodd-Frank, and there's real accomplishment, and we're going to just throw all that over the side and turn to some hybrid socialism or something. I don't buy it. I really don't buy it. And I understand these people have a point of view, but we don't need revolution right now. We need to become the ascendant party. We need to get really top people on the Supreme Court, which President Obama's already appointed. Is Dodd-Frank perfect? No. Can we do more? Of course. But we don't need to overturn everything we've done.
Well, we don't need no revolution. I know, James, you don't need a revolution. You're stinking rich. Why would you want a revolution? You and your wife made a lot of money being consulted for the Republican and Democratic parties. You love these patty cakes. You love the establishment. You are the establishment. So now part of the establishment who comes back and says, oh, yeah, I got the Clintons elected. We don't need a revolution. We got some of our top people going on the Supreme Court. Like Merrick Garland, who's in favor of Citizens United, who doesn't want to get money out of politics, thinks money in politics is a good idea. His speech now, he voted for a stronger version of Citizens United. Yeah, we got our top people in there. Going great. Yeah, tell me more about that, James.
Hillary Clinton, who's net unfavorables, broadly speaking, are relatively high.
Well, you know what? When they started every cockamamie lie from Richard Mellon's Skate to the Wall Street Journal editorial page to Ken Starr to the Benghazi committee, which was stated effect was to drive her numbers down, where none of it has amounted to anything. And then you have Senator Sanders piling on this. What do you expect? The media and the Republican Party and certain people in the Democratic Party have just gone on and piled on all of this stupidity. And why are Democrats piling on the Trey Gowdy, Ken Starr, Breitbart, Drudge message? I have no idea why they're complicit in this. When to me, it's utterly ridiculous. But yeah, so if you go out, gee, look, after all this piling on, we've knocked 10 points off of a favorable. Well, why are we chickadee-dee?
Yeah, he's so folksy. He's a millionaire, but he's folksy. Wow, chickadee-dee. Okay, but we just presented the facts to you why people don't like her. It's not because we're Breitbart or Drudge or Richard Mellon Escape. No, we're real progressives. So we didn't like the deals where she gave, all the things to the bankers. By the way, your boss, Bill Clinton, right, the one you're so proud to have elected, is the one that deregulated the banks in the first place, created the catastrophe that happened in 2008. Yes, George Bush added to it. But you tell me Clinton didn't do that with the deregulation? You know he did. And Hillary Clinton voted with the bankruptcy bill, who voted with the banks on the bankruptcy bill when she's a senator. And now she says, no. I'm not bringing Glass-Steagall back. No, my husband deregulated it and allowed the banks to gamble with depositor money. I want to have them keep on gambling. The tens of millions of dollars they gave me and my family, both in political contributions and then the tens of millions of dollars we put in our pockets that we got rich off of. No, it had nothing to do with it. If you accuse us of that, then you're Breitbart and Drudge. No, those are facts, James. You don't like those facts because you work for the Clintons. You're the Clintons' boy, okay? And you work for the establishment, and you're part of the establishment, so you don't want the revolution. So anyone who brings those facts to you, you don't like at all. Go, no. Don't change the system. The system is what made them rich and powerful. Well, I've got a rude awakening for you. The rest of the American people do not agree. We want change, and we want it badly. And we think that it is absolutely realistic as long as you get out of the way. Now, when we come back, I promise you the fermentations. They are devastating. And I'm going to relate it to what's happening today. So you've got to watch that. Come right back.
to read a bunch of your tweets real quick here, and then I got a devastating story for you guys. Chandler Woodhouse writes in, there goes Bernie Sanders on the right side of history once again, referring to the Panama trade deal. Berniverse says, Bernie and Cenk warned us about the Panama Papers since 2011. Hillary was for it, and you wonder why Hillary Clinton is getting burned. Candygram for Mongo says, holy shit, Cenk is the new Cronkite. Well, that's way, way too much, but thank you. You're very kind. Gaston Doherty, Gaston, writes in, Hillary Clinton criticizes young voters for bringing up the truth and wonders why we don't vote for her. Yeah, yelling at people and wagging your finger at them and calling them liars and stupid and shallow might not be the best way to get their vote, but call me crazy. Bob F. writes in, Cenk just said something I didn't think of. Hillary was not just bringing us incremental change, but in the wrong direction. Unfortunately, that has been the case many times. All right, now we go on to Mark Furman. Now, Mark Furman was the racist cop that was an integral part of the O.J. Simpson investigation and then later trial. He's actually one of the reasons that O.J. got off. Now, O.J. shouldn't have gotten off. He very, 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 very likely did it. But the LAPD put this Furman guy out there to do these investigations, even though he was a vicious racist. Now, I don't just say that. I have evidence for you. I'm going to show it to you in a second. But first, before I want to show you the Furman tapes and have you listen to what he actually thought about black people and defendants, I want to show you what Fox News has done in the meanwhile. After the O.J. Simpson trial, after they heard the tapes, they made him an analyst and treated him with incredible respect. Here, let's show you.
Welcome back to our Kelly Files special on America's Finest Under Fire. Mark Furman is a former LAPD homicide detective and a Fox News contributor. Mark, good to see you. Former LAPD officer Mark Furman was a key investigator and a witness in the case that captivated the country, and now he joins us live to react to the brand new finding. Good morning. Thanks for joining us. Fox News contributor and former LAPD homicide detective Mark Furman. Mark, good to see you. And so
Mark Furman's a retired LAPD detective and a Fox News contributor, and good to have you back on our show here, Mark.
Mark Furman is a former LAPD detective and a Fox News contributor. Mark, already we are hearing pushback from officers who don't want to come on camera because they're worried they're going to get fired, saying, way to have our backs, Commissioner. Now we haven't even done anything wrong and you're threatening to arrest us. Policing, it's not pretty. And when you look at it up close and personal, it's not going to be okay with the Queen of England.
Mark, first to you, your thoughts on why we're getting this crime spike?
Well, the first thing, Greta, is there's a war on cops. Not bad cops, not bad apples, all cops.
It is extraordinary to see the head of the police force go out there and essentially promise his force some of them are going to get arrested. And have we gotten to a place in the society where we're picturing like a bunch of little errant Boy Scouts out there running around, and then these big bad police officers who are coming in with their billy clubs ready to beat them down?
You've got sources very close to it, and you were very connected to that case. So we do thank you for joining us with your perspective this morning on Fox and Friends.
Mark, thank you for your input. Mark, good to see you. Mark, thank you.
Thank you, Mark Furman, on with us today. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Mark. Thank you for joining us and giving us your expertise. Now, you heard him say there that, hey, we're not talking about bad cops here, but all cops, that's who they're targeting. Well, he would know a thing or two about bad cops. And you heard the Fox News anchor there saying, oh, but policing isn't pretty. Well, that part, Megan, you got right. Just get a load of these, Mark Furman. So this is what came out during the O.J. trial. And it turns out that in these 13 hours of talks that he had with the screenwriter, and these are all factual, these are things that he admitted to, they're not part of a fictional script, they're real. In fact, in the tapes, he talks about, wait, the statute of limitations hasn't run out on one of my crimes yet, so I can't talk about it yet, okay? He mentions the N-word, or uses the N-word, 41 times. He talks about how Mexicans can't understand anything, but if you beat them badly enough, then they'll start to learn English. He's an English teacher because of the way that he beats Mexicans. Okay? He talks about throwing women down a flight of stairs. And then I'm just going to give you a snippet of it. The whole thing is so dark, so disastrous. But this gives you a sense of who Mark Furman is. Why?
There is no investigation that is going to satisfy this group, Black Lives
It's not like you're really listening to their words. Because you keep on what's the truth and what isn't. First thing, anything out of a beggar's mouth for the first 5 or 6 sentences is a lie. Right? Or fuck around with the police. You do what you're told. You understand, Nick? Leave that old station, and it's got the smell of diggers that have beaten and killed in there for years. And you know we can't get it. But they would talk. Pick up 3 or 4 games, bring up the station, take one of the basement, talk to them, not even ask them questions, bring them up, sit down. Leave, the basement's all pumped up. Got through. Next guy, take them downstairs. Okay, they shot at him. Where else? That's how you get information. What is patty shit about psychology? They got impatient, which is being so fucking stupid, which I thought it was. So, just handcuffed you. Let's see, corrupt the station. Research to get found gun. One of the baseball brother. Talked a lot. When Dana goes, the blood mark. No problem. Not even any marks in it. It's body shot. You're trying to find the bruise on a finger? Usually it's up, huh?
No blood mark. They've done this many times before. And he goes on for 13 hours. He talks about how he grabbed a woman, used her as a human shield, and said, I'll shoot her in the head unless you put your guns down. And then he threw her down a flight of stairs. And it's N-word this and Mexican's that. And how one time they tortured people and they got the blood all over them. Oh no, Mark, you're not supposed to get the blood on you. So they just washed it off with a hose that they found. Their hands and the blood they had on their face from beating the guy senseless. And then they decided that they were going to go out and direct traffic. And they said, yeah, we had blood all over our clothes, but it was so dark blue you couldn't see it. Now, Fox News has this guy on, and they have a title for him, as a forensic and crime scene expert. Well, I guess he's an expert of some sort. You see, Fox News didn't hire Mark Furman despite the fact that he's a vicious racist and a terrible cop that beats defendants without even asking them a question, that thinks if you're an N-word, you're guilty by definition. Every word out of an N-word's mouth is a lie. That is Mark Furman's assumption. But Fox News didn't hire him despite that. They hired him because of that. They knew all of this. Fox News listened to these tapes and then said, that's our guy. And then, what does he do? He goes on Fox News and gives them exactly what they paid for. A little bit more coded language this time around, but you still get the same point. Why?
There is no investigation that is going to satisfy this group, Black Lives Matter. What's his definition of a bad cop? What's his definition of too much use of force? What's his definition of racism? They should know what the rules are before they go out in the street and expose themselves and their families to quite possibly a court proceeding and prison time. If you have body cameras, make all of the body camera film public record. Let's put it on YouTube and see people how these good communities react.
That's an interesting point.
The conduct of the suspects is never in question. They're always right. It's usually drawn on racial lines. It doesn't matter what you do. You're not going to appease these groups. They are doing this strictly along racial lines. The police are simply scaling back exactly what everybody's chanting for in all these protests. Don't be so aggressive. Don't stop and frisk. Don't stop and ask where people are going. Don't make traffic stops. So they are, and now crime's out of sight. And, when you allow some kind of, leeway, they just take more and more. 99% of these people don't know Freddie Gray, and they couldn't pick him out of a crowd of 3 people. They don't know who he is. This is an opportunity to act out their disappointment of their own life. You're dealing with gang members and street drug dealers that are just hanging out. They're armed and they're taking advantage of a hesitant police department, and it will continue. The disappointment of their lack of whatever they want, which seems to be going into a liquor store and getting alcohol, getting a new TV, getting a microwave, taking a check cashing facility where they cash their check and destroy that. This suspect Harris, when he turns on this van, whether it's citizens or police, and he starts opening fire, his life doesn't matter. Are we this upset about gang members and gangs in every corner and drug dealers?
When the country heard the Mark Furman tapes back in the 1990s, most of us were absolutely revolted. The executives at Fox News heard him and thought, great, here's our next crime expert. Our expert on blacks who will call thugs and gang members and deride their communities and say we need to get tougher with. Well, we know who gets really tough with blacks. It's Mark Furman. That's our guy. So understand this. Fox News is not unintentionally racist. They listened to the tapes and hired Mark because of the tapes. They're intentionally racist. The whole point is to hire scum like Mark Furman, who can then come out and smear a whole community. That's what they hired him for. Fox News is as despicable as you could possibly imagine, and sometimes even a little worse than you could imagine. Young Turks.
I'm just doing what's right.
Yes, oh my God.
Mexico's going to pay for the wall.
Oh God.
Very, very big price.
It's not easy immigrating to America. It's not easy finding a home either. You can see it now. A new home where green food is plentiful, large enough space for my tail. What can I say? Creature of comfort. Please help me. With every contribution, I'll send a little thank you. Only you can end this nightmare. Only you. Oh my! Don't do that!
I do a whole bunch of stuff on the street. My name is Dave. I'm going to tell you some amazing facts. There was one woman in the elevator was wide open, and here I am, now scrambling to repair it. Oh, we've got a great relationship. Enjoy.
Okay, fine. Just give it be a nice fucking little finger.
You especially are so truly more boring, less handsome version of Jeff.
Only so many ways you can do mistakes, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes you wash your buddy too.
Maybe it has been. I thought it was a little embarrassing, but if people like it, I'll do it. Who is on? There aren't going to be rose petals on the side of the runner. Why am I there?
It was the best Valentine's Day I've ever had.
How could someone not be interested?
I don't know how you say it.
Thanks for being members of the in case it was the in this posting. All right, Jordan, tell us where we are, where we've been, and where we're going. Jordan Shack reporting for the Young Turks.
The Young Turks online.
You the third reporter at the half-cut.
Tell me none of them were getting a haircut while talking to you.
Listen,
I'm the first? All right.
You're beautiful.
Is Hillary being sincere when she says $12 is enough for the minimum wage?
Anybody who tells you $12 is enough for the minimum wage is not only not being sincere, they don't give a damn about you.
No bank is too big to fail, and no executive too powerful to jail.
She is pretty dead set on protecting big banks.
Oh, we're tired of money in politics, and we're tired of the corruption.
Do you think it would really be better for liberals if all the money from the banks went to Republicans as opposed to just 80%?
When do we actually decide to make a change as a people?
Bernie Sanders already said, oh, he wants a revolution. He wants a revolution. Well, I don't really want a revolution. I want a precedent.
You been a Ted Cruz fan all this time?
No, I've been a Liberty fan all this time.
It was a raucous event, if you've ever seen one.
I don't want to be recorded.
He's not going to tell us anything, so.
He reminds me of like your drunk uncle at a wedding who gets up and starts talking and just loves the crowd.
They're trying to ethnically cleanse white people?
Well, sure they are. Weren't you right there?
In Dixieland, I'll take my stand.
Money from the Chinese and they give it to us because they're nice people. We're a bunch of capitalists borrowing money from a bunch of communists so we can bring democracy to a bunch of Muslims who don't even fucking want it. I saw a comedian on the TV, he said, if you're 30, 35, 40 and you still work at a fast food restaurant, you're a loser. I was like, oh, thank God. Somebody finally stood up to the minimum wage worker and took them down a few pegs. That's the beauty of Facebook. Right, you find out that you really don't like your friends. I think a lot of the gay guys themselves voted against gay marriage. I'd love to marry you, I can't wait. Let me go vote. No. And then afterwards you get act upset about it. Oh, I wanted to marry you, but they made it illegal.
I have 5 minutes. Explain the Facebook. Go.
Welcome to the third life.
Welcome to Nerd Alert, everyone. We have an exciting show for you this week.
Glad to communicate with all the nerds out there.
What's beautiful about geeks is geeks are open to everybody. That's the thing. It's like, so you got your thing, I got my thing. It's like, and if you're not, then you're a bad geek.
Why did you choose Battlestar Galactica? Because it's awesome? No kidding. The floor is not lava. Yucky! My nightmare! And there's one very special characteristic that many men have been interested in. Penis eyes. What's up, friend?
Yeah, I know that curve.
And that movie is the Valentine's Day romantic classic, Deadpool. Who should we trust here? Our hearts? Our head?
Yes.
J.J. Abrams? Isn't that right? How can you improve pizza? With math, of course.
If we spilled goldfish crackers on the floor and we didn't want to clean them up, so we thought that if we stomped on them an infinite amount of time, they would mathematically cease to exist.
We are ready for a Wonder Woman movie. Oh, wait, no, let me correct myself. We were ready for a Wonder Woman movie years ago.
I love my job.
All right, back on the Young Turks. Now we've got Wisconsin coverage coming up for you at 8:45 p.m. Eastern. Jordan is in Wisconsin live for us, and I want to tell you about other things that are coming up too. Just real quick, April 25th, we're going to have our first Game of Thrones review because Game of Thrones starts on April 24th. That's going to be on What the Flick. I think that out of all the different things that we do in the network, outside of the Young Turks, I am most recognized for Game of Thrones review.
Really?
Yeah, definitely. And so that's on What the Flick. Check it out. But the reason I'm telling you this is actually I want you to participate. So we've been doing TYT Next, and I haven't told you enough about it, but I really want you guys to do movie reviews, TV reviews, also sports analysis. So a lot of you submitted for TYT Sports. We began it for What the Flick, but I want to pick up some speed here. So go to youtube.com/TYTnext, youtube.com/TYTnext, to figure out how to submit the videos, and then start submitting, and then we put you guys on air. So that's pretty cool.
That is pretty cool.
Okay? Now, some tweets for you guys. Nate M. Sanchez writes in about Mark Furman. Intellectually, you know these kind of people exist, but it is stunning to actually hear it. It is. It's unsettling to hear those Mark Furman tapes. The Prince of Puns says Mark Furman wins the Douche of the Century Award. Congratulations. He really, again, he's a Fox News executive. Listen to those horrific, blood-curdling, okay, kind of, tapes, and they were like, that's our guy.
Yeah.
Fucking bastards, man. And then Mr. Red Penguin says, I can imagine the Fox News interview process. Are you racist? Do you hate groups of people? Are you an asshole? Hashtag Fox hired.
It's terrible.
It is. All right.
All right, I have an announcement as well.
Oh.
Okay.
I did not know.
All right, so this is for our TYT members. We want to engage with you a little more during our post-game shows. We've done a lot of that in the past, and we're going to continue on with that tradition. So for our members, we will be taking your questions on Twitter and then answering them on our Thursday post-game. Okay, so use the hashtag TYTPG, TYT post-game show, right, in order to send us your questions on Twitter. We will read through them and we will answer them on Thursday. So,
all right, awesome.
If you're not a member, just go to tytnetwork.com/join. All right, let's go to the news. Authorities in South Florida have successfully dealt with the epidemic of Flocka users within their part of the state. Now, for those of you who are unaware of what Flocka is, it was a synthetic drug that was being sold to Americans through China. So the effects of this drug were disastrous. There were a lot of negative news stories about things like bath salts, which would lead people to act. So local authorities had no idea what to do about it because the feds hadn't criminalized it yet. They didn't really know exactly what the drug was or the potential had. And also, they didn't have a strategy in place to deal with these people who were on it. So, according to the Washington Post, police regularly needed 4 and 5 officers to subdue a single agitated person. Local emergency rooms were overwhelmed by the number of Flocka-induced delirium cases. Traditional drug treatment programs had to be retooled. This escalated for months as addicts sought out Flocka's potent high at just $5 a hit. So this was a cheap high, it was a synthetic high, and there was just this prevalence in South Florida. Now, we have a quick video to kind of show you and help you visualize just how bad this drug was. Take a look.
Caught on camera running through downtown Fort Lauderdale, allegedly high on Flocka, a synthetic drug known for causing hallucinations and violent outbursts. Like the one seen here, a man trying to break into this building because he thinks he's being chased. In another case, police say Kenneth Crowder exposed himself in a Melbourne, Florida neighborhood, scaring people on the street.
Screaming, and he's doing this like a bird. Just keeps doing it, keeps doing it. And he said, I am God.
Detective Tracy Fagone says this man was so scared after smoking Flocka, he thought he was being chased and tried to break into a barricaded Fort Lauderdale police lot.
He just gets up, comes over, and he literally tries to make this and jump over the fence.
But it came up short, impaling his leg, leaving him dangling for half an hour while the fire department worked to free him.
I saw that video, and it was
Terrible.
So it was a huge deal just last year. Just last summer, it was a disaster in Florida, and they didn't know how to deal with it. But fast forward to today, gone.
Hey, how is that possible?
It's amazing.
It is an amazing story.
It is an amazing story, so I'm going to tell you how it happened. First of all, an incredible stat. Just in 2015 alone, there were 63 people who died in Broward County, which is a suburb of southern Florida, as a result of this drug craze. Well, authorities got really smart about their strategy, and what they did, and what I think we should do when it comes to all drugs, is they focused their efforts on educating their police force on how to deal with people who have this, right? Educating the public about the negative impacts of these drugs so they don't try it in the first place. And then they got the federal government involved to go to China and deal with this when it comes to the specific people that are trafficking it to the United States. So let's go to graphic number 4. What happened in Florida, experts say, was the result of an unprecedented coordination among local groups to fight Flocka's demand, and most importantly, the unusual willingness of the Chinese government to halt its production. So in March of 2015, as Flocka youth soared, the United Way of Broward County organized the Flocka Action Team. It was the first time the Social Services Agency had formed a group for a particular drug. The task force contained members of local law enforcement, substance abuse counselors, and other professionals. The group developed a plan to educate the community, to teach police how to respond to and figure out how to stop Flocka production. And then the Department of Justice literally went to China, and they're like, yo, China, you need to do something about this dude who's trafficking these drugs to the U.S. And they did something about it. They arrested over 150 people that were involved in producing and trafficking synthetic drugs to the U.S.
I'm amused by the idea that the Justice Department went to them and said, yo, the Chinese, you need to do something about this.
But this is exciting, Jake.
What were they, Trump?
This is exciting because, look, we talk about the importance of legalizing and regulating drugs to deal with instances of drug abuse, right? If you criminalize it and you just throw people in prison without really educating people, without being smart about it, without rehabilitating people, it's not going to work. And what they did here, the local authorities at least, is they decided, yeah, you know what, we're going to work with counselors, we're going to focus on rehabilitating these people, we're not going to throw them in jail. So they would arrest them, but they wouldn't throw them in jail, they would immediately take them to a hospital so they could get the treatment they needed. It's the compassionate response that you need when people are doing drugs.
Right. Now, we should also note that first aid kicked the living crap out of it.
Well, I mean, look, if you're on Flocka, and one of the impacts of it is it increases your body temperature so drastically that that's why people get naked. Like, they feel like their body is on fire. And they also feel like they have superhuman powers. Like, they get this adrenaline rush and they have superpower strength. And so, yeah, the cops had no choice but to subdue them in that honestly violent way.
The cops admitted, they said, look, what we did was awful but lawful. And we thought we were going to get national attention for because people wouldn't understand. But we weren't even taking them, as Anna pointed out, to jail. We were just trying to take them to the hospital. But you would taser these guys, and they wouldn't flinch. So anytime there was a case of a Flocka report, they would send out 4 officers like it was a bank robbery, okay? And then it's really hard to get them down, and hence what appears to be very violent. It was very violent. But the part that is impressive is the proactive actions that they took on both the supply and demand side, right? Plus, there's a lot of badass angles to the story. First of all, I like the United Way's group in Broward County, which, by the way, includes Fort Lauderdale, of course, a very large city in Florida. The Flocka Action Team, as you pointed out. That spells out fat. Like, Scoop is fat, man. What's your Flocka Action Team? And who doesn't want to be part of a Flocka Action Team? I don't know, it sounds super badass to me. And then the law that they used was the Kingpin Act sanctions. Like, oh damn, the Kingpin Act is in effect here. And the guy who peddled it in China was apparently Bo Pang.
Yeah.
I don't know, there's so many parts of the story that are fun. The part that's not fun is that it fries your brain.
Yeah.
And it's so bad that after you take it, oftentimes you can't remember things anymore. You're oftentimes sensitive to sunlight. You can't even be in the sun anymore. And it just, it's the tip of the iceberg for the issues that it creates for for your mind because it's obviously so intense that it kind of burns out your mind in a sense.
So one thing that I want to point to is this emergence of synthetic drugs. K2 is another synthetic drug that, is supposed to mimic the effects of marijuana, but oftentimes, since it's when it was first introduced, it wasn't illegal yet and it wasn't regulated. And so people had no idea what they were smoking, and it led to all sorts of negative side effects, right? The reason why people come up with these synthetic drugs is because we've criminalized all these other drugs, especially drugs like marijuana in certain states in this country, right? So people who want to get high are going to get high. It makes a lot more sense to legalize it and regulate it and create a safe environment for them to do it in order to prevent instances of, random people taking bath salts and then literally eating a homeless person under a bridge in Miami.
Yeah. So both sides worked. Obviously, the Chinese crackdown worked miraculously. When the Chinese want to crack down, well, that's a serious crackdown. They're not going to play any games. And then on our side, I think people started realizing, if you take the drug, there's a decent chance you're going to die. First of all, the compliments is crap on it. Yeah. Right? And then you can't remember anything after.
Everybody, it's Grim, your YouTube Wrestling Figures Heavyweight Champion, coming to you today with my WrestleMania 32 reactions. And I
Broward County,
good show.
206 hospitalizations in October of last year, then only 187 in November, and then only 54 in December. And the last reported death from Flocka, which, as you pointed out, was up to 60 some odd cases in Broward County alone. The last reported death was in December. So they've done an amazing job there. And it's not often we get to tell stories about lessons learned and things that worked and that were effective in law enforcement. So good job.
Yeah, just wanted to start off on a positive note because we're about to get on a negative note.
Here we go.
Just kidding. Actually, we have a lot of fun stories in this hour. So let's go to the next one. Researchers from Stanford University and Germany have come up with a way to get politicians to say anything you want them to say. Now, they do this with technology, and it's not actually the politician saying what you want them to say, but they've come up with a 3D computerized way to have a politician's image say any political statement, anything you want. Now, they use advanced facial recognition. It looks at about 15 seconds of any face in a video and creates a 3D model of that face in real time. Then they can manipulate that face to say whatever anyone wants. I have a video demonstrating this. I know it's a little confusing. Take a quick look.
So it's not just that they're saying the words that the other guy's saying, they're also mimicking the facial expressions. So now you can't trust any video. So for example, right now, this might not be me. Somebody could come in and doctor a video. Yeah. So, and like, it's like the oldest excuse in the book. Like on Twitter, they're always like, oh, somebody hacked into my account. Yeah. Like nobody's hacking into it. I mean, very rarely do you have a Twitter account that's actually hacked into, but it's the most common excuse. Now, online, the excuse will be like, oh, no, somebody hacked into my face. Yeah. And apparently they can't. I don't know why it's only for 15-second increments. And it's not perfect. For example, it turns out Putin almost never smiles. So when they have him smile, it looks totally artificial. Yes. But everything else is pretty good. I mean, you see Trump doing this and, Bush doing that. And then saying the words coming out of the other person's mouth. It's amazing. Yeah, I worry about humanity because of advancements in technology like this. Now, I don't know what they plan on using this for, but I know that it could definitely be abused quite a bit. Like, we live in a day and age where people will read satirical articles from well-known satirical websites like The Onion and post those stories as if they're real news stories. I had to deal with someone posting something like this just over the weekend,
they posted an article about Fidel Castro giving a speech about how awesome Bernie Sanders is.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, there's no way that's a real news story. Of course, no one else reported it. It came from a completely satirical website, right? So, but that's the thing. Like, people might not know. People might be duped into thinking certain things. And so that cycle of misinformation continues online. And that's why I worry about stuff like this.
And now they can take Fidel Castro and make him actually say it.
That's exactly right. Did you see that? You see that? Bernie Sanders is a communist.
I think that they actually had, oh my God, they already did it to Hillary Clinton because she's basically accusing Sanders of similar things. And they probably did that to her when she was supporting the Panama trade agreement.
Right.
And the bankruptcy bill for the banks.
She never said any of that stuff.
No, they probably had this a while back.
These German researchers manipulating her face.
Yeah. There's some chance we made the story slightly too political.
I know, but I couldn't help it. Like, every time I see these really cool news stories about advancements in technology, of course you worry about the abuse or the downsides of it. But more than anything, I think in the age of the internet, people fall for a lot of stupid stuff, right? I fall for stupid stuff. I'm not immune to it. It's happened all the time. I just want to make sure that people have proper warning. So if they see something that seems a little off, just do a little investigation to figure out whether or not it's true.
Yeah, you might want to fix your face first. Okay, all right, we move forward.
All right. A new viral sensation on YouTube involves a hydraulic press. Basically, people watching videos with a hydraulic press crushing various things. Now, as you guys know, there is something known as crush fetishes, and I'm not entirely sure if this plays a role in the popularity of certain channels, but the hydraulic press channel is doing so well. It has hundreds of thousands of subscribers, and every video has at least 1 million views. Now, I want to show you what it is, and then you'll see why people seem to like it.
Welcome to the hydraulic press channel, and today we have golf ball for our press, and now we are going to crush it. Place the ball here and it seems that the golf ball doesn't have very good strength for enduring this kind of press, and
fucking love that guy. Okay.
Okay, hold on. So, first of all, it's impossible not to love that video. And say it was genius to have the drunk Russian guy doing it.
No, he's Finnish.
Sure he is. Okay. Hey, just don't operate that thing on the vodka, man. I'm just telling you, okay? But he's like, now we take a golf ball. Okay. And we crush it. I'm like, I'm hooked. I mean, what else are we crushing? Right?
Yeah.
And then, and apparently golf ball does not have enough strength. Right. All right. And I'm not into the crushing fetish, and that's kind of weird and stuff. But there is something about it, man, that is visceral. Like the minute you see the press and he puts anything in that press, as long as it's not living, right? You're like, yeah, dude, crush it, right?
Yeah.
It makes sense, man. I want to watch all of them now.
So there's something oddly relaxing about watching his videos, and I shouldn't give you a little information about the person behind the YouTube channel. So it's an unidentified Finnish man and his wife. And his wife makes these cute little clay figurines, and so he crushes some of those. And
this dude's got issues.
They didn't know what to expect with this YouTube channel. They just thought they'd have some internet that really like watching things get crushed so they can get their rocks off. So they're really enjoying it. Now, I don't know if that's true. I mean, I'm not into that fetish either, and I have to be honest with you, the videos were fascinating to me. I found them relaxing, and also, I really didn't know that that's what a golf ball would look like after it would get crushed. Like, I didn't realize that the material would react in that way. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, I know what some of you are thinking. That fetish?
Oh, yes.
Okay. But no. This ain't about the fetish. I mean, look, I'm sure some dudes are into it. They're like, oh, put a cockroach in, put mice in, and put heels on the crusher, right? On the hydraulic press, right? For me and for it seems like everybody in the studio, like, we're not into the sexual part of it, but there's something about, maybe it's a man thing, like, yeah, crush it. Like, I wanted to jump in the video. In fact, I wanted to
jump in it.
I'm like, what do we crush next?
Yeah.
He wanted to see if he could fold paper 7 times. It's not supposed to be possible. And so then he folds it 5 times, which you can, and then he tries to fold it a 6th time and put it on the thing. The press starts going. You're like, no, take your fingers off. Stop drinking the vodka. Take your fingers off of there, right? And then he doesn't. Thanks God, he doesn't get caught. And then the 7th time, the paper gets crushed.
Yeah.
He's like, no, strang.
His accent is pretty sweet, I have to say. It's a huge bonus.
It's not sweet. It's Finnish.
Really? You guys find that funny? Really?
I know. This story, we're finished with it.
We're finished with it.
Way to ruin the story at the end. Just when we had this thing hot off the press.
What am I going to do with this guy?
I know I pressed it too much.
You did. You pressed it way too much. You're crushing my soul.
Okay.
All right. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, a serious story about Tinder and STDs.
And we take that serious story and we crush it. So, for those of you watching on the live stream, it turns out that GoFundMe thing with the lizard's real. They actually do want to buy him a bigger tank.
Yeah.
I just didn't know about it. But like, you guys have already raised like $500,000 or something, haven't you? It's okay. Take it easy.
TYT Army is amazing. Like, any call to action, you guys are there. It doesn't matter what the call to action is. Like, obviously, if it's a good thing, like, you guys aren't going to support bad things. But you guys fucking jump on it.
No, you guys are. So he's gonna have a mansion. He's gonna have a lizard mansion.
Yeah.
Anyway, so wait, JR, you got something on that?
Yeah, quick side note. It's just really small. It's really amazing. I get the animal hater. The accusation here in office when Jack has never liked any animal that's ever existed.
That's right.
I think he's the one who submitted the mouse and the cockroach idea with the hydraulic smash because he's like, I'd like to see every animal smashed. Iguana, why should he live in a can? What's worth? Can put him in a box. Put him in a can. What's going on? I don't understand this.
Who said that? You did, right?
You did.
Me?
You said to put him in a box?
No.
Basically, he's like, oh, this guy's gonna live in a mansion as if he doesn't deserve to have a sanctuary that's okay for his size.
What a monster!
I'm not telling you to crash it. No.
Jake's raising money to make sure he doesn't, that he stays inside a small cage.
Okay, all right. I'm going to leave it alone. I was going to go somewhere else with it. Okay, anyway, speaking of call to action, first of all, Mike tweets in LMFAO, TYT talking about Fort Lauderdale, okay, which I didn't know that's what you called it.
Yeah.
But I'm going to be driving through Fort Lauderdale this weekend.
I'm sorry.
I won't, no. Yeah, Fort Lauderdale's nice. No, you're crazy. You've never even been there.
Yeah, I have been there. I've been there 3 times the last fucking year.
No, not Miami, Fort Lauderdale.
No, I know. We fly into Fort Lauderdale. It's all the same shit.
Oh, you're the worst.
Keep it at 100, boo.
Okay. All right. Don't listen to her. So on Sunday, I'm going to be at a Digiday conference in Palm Beach. But I think you got to be a part of that conference. But more importantly, on Monday, I'm going to Washington for Democracy Spring. So should have been telling you all along. Well, I have. I told you Friday, and I'm telling you today. So, democracyspring.org. Now, we're going to do civil disobedience, and we might get arrested, okay, because we're going to go and take back our house, the Capitol, okay?
Yep. Does that mean that we're going to have to, John and I are going to have to fill in for you for the first hour? Like, while you're in jail?
On Monday?
Like, while you're in jail.
Yeah, of course. Of course. I don't think they're going to let me broadcast out of jail.
I'm going to put that in my schedule. Fill in for Jake while he is in prison.
So I'm not saying you got to go to jail, but be part of the civil disobedience, right? So at least join us in Washington on April 11th, democracyspring.org. Okay, let's go show them our power. All right, now just a couple more quick tweets for you guys. No more donations, writes in. Corporations don't need 3D video creation to make Hillary Clinton say what they want. They just give her money to do so. Damn. Okay. I'm a Derpy Panda says frightening prediction. The right wing will abuse this tech with a 3D face technology. They doctored real video to attack Planned Parenthood. Imagine what they'll do with this.
Yeah.
Oh no.
That's true.
Taylor Walker says Jake seems like a fun guy. Okay, Delmoy's getting a T-shirt. Normally you get it for saying something really funny or a smart, trenchant point. No, this was just a really good compliment of me, so he's getting a free T-shirt for that. He writes in, so much for the theory that Jen can only do Irish and Jamaican accents. The Russian is spot on. What now? What now?
The Russian accent's pretty good, I'm not going to lie.
Oh, okay, all right. Now, it's nothing compared to Wes's. So don't
oh my God, Wes is the best.
Wes might actually secretly be like a KGB. He's the Americans, we know it. Okay. Anyway, members of the Vince Macias or Macias, that's number 1195. 1196 is Nick Wilkin. Vince and Nick, you guys are awesome. Yesterday we had a record-breaking 3 post games. I've been away for a while, so I wanted to make up for the members. tytnetwork.com/join to become a member. We got another great post game for you today before the Wisconsin coverage starts. Go.
Yes. All right. The The condom company Hero wanted to raise awareness about the importance of using condoms in order to prevent the spread of sexually transmitted diseases. Now, they decided to do so on an interesting platform, Tinder. Now, the way that they marketed their product and also raised awareness about safe sex is they created all of these fake profiles using STD-sounding names and descriptions of these fake people that are supposed to raise awareness about the STD. So let me give you an example. It's kind of hard to explain it without showing you. So one of the profiles is a 21-year-old by the name of Chlamydia. Sounds like chlamydia, obviously. And then there's gonorrhea. I know.
Nickname.
I know. Poor John. Okay. So swipe right if you're looking for something serious. Let's put that back up again.
So that's gonorrhea.
Gonorrhea. Okay. Swipe right if you're looking for something serious. Infertile, kind of serious, right? So trying to make a point about how if you have gonorrhea, well, you might be infertile if it goes untreated.
No, this is super confusing, and this ain't right. Okay, like if I'm in Australia and I was a single person using Tinder, the degree to which I would swipe in the right direction for chlamydia over there is indescribable.
Mm-hmm.
What's the right way? What's the
chlamydia?
No. The way that you swipe. Is it right? You swipe right.
If you approve.
Okay. Yeah. And then I'm like, this girl's name is chlamydia. That's so funny. I hope she doesn't have it. Anyway, hey, where do you want to meet? Because that's not clear enough, right? And
it's not. So what often happens is if you match with one of these fake profiles, well then there's a person on the other end who engages in a chat with you. Because remember, on Tinder, you can't chat with an individual unless you both match one another. That means you both swipe right and approve one another. Mm-hmm. So during the chat, they'll go into these like cheeky conversations about STDs, and they're still trying to be like coy about it, but you're right, Jake. Like, I don't know how effective this is. And I don't know if the messages they're sending are really helpful, because I think what this does more than anything is stigmatize the STDs, or at least stigmatize the people who have the STDs, when in reality there are smarter ways to educate the public about them.
Could you imagine if chlamydia swipes left too? Because you both have to agree. Chlamydia's like, nah, I'm not buying you.
But there are different types of Tinder users, right? So I don't know if a lot of women do this, but I know of a lot of guys who just swipe right to everyone. They just swipe without even really looking at the picture. That way, because they're guys, right? And then they'll match with some number of women, and if they want to chat with them, they will. But again, like I think the worry that people have is that, again, it stigmatizes the people and gives out false information about the STDs. So let's now focus on the criticism that they're getting for doing this. There are some profiles that are trying to raise awareness about AIDS, right? So there are two fake profiles that have been created. Graphic number 13. You have 80s and then 80, right? One is a boy, one is a girl. And they start explaining...
How am I supposed to know that's for AIDS? That 80 girl, let me aid you. I mean, if I was single, I'm just saying. And then that joke with knock knock, who's there? AIDS.
That's not even like, but that's the thing, that's not really funny in any way.
Except for the fact that it's slightly funny now. But but that's not, like, as a company, you probably shouldn't do that. And AIDS is not the best thing to kid around about.
It's not, exactly. So it seems like it's making light of it, and they got a lot of criticism for it, and the company came forward and they said, look, that's not what we intended to do. They've since pulled down these profiles from their company website, but since it's already circulating on social media, it's out there. It's really hard for you to take it back, right?
No, it's definitely a little funny. I'm amused by the idea of like I'm a horny young single guy in Australia, and I'm like, oh, look at this picture. Oh, hey, 80. I don't know what 80. Who cares? 80 could be like a kind of a young name, whatever, right?
80 is a cute name.
Okay.
Oddly enough.
Right. She's like, knock, knock, who's there? Oh, who's there? AIDS. Like, Jesus Lord mercy. What happened?
Right.
But there'll still be guys who are like, yeah, swipe right.
Look, I think it's important to encourage people to protect themselves when they're having sex, especially casual sex, right? There's always this conversation about like how you need to confront the person you're about to have sex with and ask them if they've been tested, which has always amused me because, yeah, that is the responsible thing to do, and in an ideal world, we'd be able to have those conversations without them being insanely awkward. But, like, you're about to have sex with someone for the first time. You've gone out on a few dates, and you're like, I'm ready. What do you do? Like, do you just stop right before and tell them, like, hey, when was the last time you got tested? And then how do you believe them? Like, do you ask them for documentation? Like, can I please see your test results?
Yeah, asking for documents is so hot. I mean, and that's, it's hard for a girl. For guys, it was nearly impossible because you're like working so hard to get laid in the first place.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know, maybe some of you guys are awesome and don't have to work hard. I had to work hard, right? And finally you got her on it, like, she's like, I guess so. Like, I don't know, did anybody have sex with me when they weren't saying, I guess so? And right before she's about to say yes, wait, have you been tested? Okay.
It seems like you're accusing them of being dirty when that's not really what you're. By the way, people with STDs are not dirty, right? Like, that's not what I'm trying to say, but it's just, it kind of antagonizes the person right before you're supposed to have sex, which is why it's important to have condoms available, right? And for some reason, this company seems to think that people don't use condoms or carry condoms with them because they think there's a stigma associated with carrying those condoms. I disagree with that. I think that it's not about stigma, it's about the fact that condoms suck, and they haven't been, changed or improved at all in decades.
Yeah, it's one of those weird products that people refuse to improve, like toilet seat covers. How do you rip those things and they never stay on the toilet seat?
Yeah.
Why have we used it my whole life?
Yeah.
Can't someone come up with something better? Yeah. All right, now back to this story. Okay, I actually, look, they got a lot of press for it, so in some sense, mission accomplished. Mm-hmm. And I don't think they were completely wrong. I think, hey, they're educating people about, hey, those things exist out there. Be mindful. You're not going to ask someone, hey, do you have gonorrhea or maybe syphilis? Right? Like, that's crazy. You're not going to do that.
Yeah.
Some you might, and God bless you. But more likely, just use a condom to be safe. And then you could have that conversation realistically probably a little bit later when you guys are a little bit more comfortable with one another, right?
Of course.
But be safe in the meanwhile. I don't mind their message. I like their message. They went a little too far with it. But I wanted to back them up on one other thing, which is, no, at least in my day, carrying a condom sometimes was awkward, right? Mm-hmm. I remember one time we're going out, and I decided we're going to a club, so I'm bringing a condom. Mm-hmm. First, you get the stickers, like from your friends, like, oh, really? You're going to be getting laid at the club. That's what's happening. You, Mr. I guess so, right?
Yes. You know what? During our members-only post-game show, I want to talk about my experience with guys who either had or did not have condoms. Okay?
Ooh, that's
really super juicy story. If you're a member, definitely check it out today. If you're not a member, you can become one by going to tytnetwork.com/join.
Okay. So, and the last thing is, I had one friend who got mad at me for bringing a condom. He's like, oh, you totally ruined my motivation and my concentration and everything. You ruined everything. Okay? Because it's so weirdly, like, I guess he thought it was arrogant to bring it to a club. Oh, no, we were going to jinx it.
Oh, I have so many thoughts. I have so many thoughts about this.
Okay.
Oh, my God.
Whereas I think today, I hope more people have gotten to a better spot where they're like, hey, like, that's the cool thing to do. Like, it's not cool to be an idiot, right? If you're lucky enough that you're in a situation like that, hey, way to look out.
Yeah.
You know?
Yep. Absolutely. I think it's important to have condoms. Okay? Even if you're going on a date with someone that you don't think you're going to have sex with, take a condom with you. You never know. Be prepared.
For the rest of the story, tytnetwork.com/join. Okay, what's that?
All right. Glamour magazine is trying to be a little more inclusive of different body types. So they came out with an issue that focuses exclusively on plus-size women. Now, they named Amy Schumer on the cover without really talking to Amy Schumer, figuring out what her size is, or even deciding whether or not she's considered plus size. And Amy Schumer didn't like it, okay? So she wrote about this on Instagram, and she said, I think there's nothing wrong with being plus size. Beautiful, healthy women. Plus size is considered size 16 in America. I go between a size 6 and an 8. Glamour Mag put me in their plus size only issue without asking or letting me know, and it doesn't feel right to me. Young girl seeing my body type thinking that is plus size. What are your thoughts? Mine are not cool, glamour, or glamorous. Not glamorous.
Yeah. Look, so they should have clearly. That's an awkward thing to ask. That's probably among the reasons why they didn't ask. But we think you're kind of obese, and we're going to put you in the plus size issue. Do you mind?
I hate. Okay, first of all, I never really thought about it, but now I'm realizing I hate that whole phrase, like plus size, right?
Okay, but look, I'm in the plus size community.
Uh-huh.
And there's no good word. The reason you keep switching words is because it's uncomfortable to call anyone fat, right?
Yeah.
So, fat, ooh, that sounds terrible. Obese, ugh. Like my doctor, I've joked about this in the postgame before. Yeah. Like, I'm apparently morbidly obese.
Yes, I remember
disastrous, okay? I'll take plus size. Plus size.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, but the fashion industry and these fashion beauty publications keep trying to avoid being tone deaf when it comes to normal people experiencing normal life, right? And in the process of doing so, they continue to fail in understanding what normal people are like. So, for instance, if you want to be inclusive of the so-called plus-size community, you don't do it by creating a special issue dedicated to people that you have decided are overweight for the fashion industry, right?
Oh, yeah.
You just and you don't have to market it, right? Just change the way our system is set up by including them in your regular issues and celebrating their body types, right? So Amy Schumer is a normal woman, right? She's got meat on her bones. I don't think she's fat. I don't think she's chubby. I think that she represents normal body. I don't even want to say normal. Most body types in the United States. Most women have meat on their bones. It's just a fact of life, right? But to go around and say, categorize all these different women, like, you are supermodel body type, you are plus size, you are morbidly obese. Like, aside from doctors looking out for your health and trying to inform you on what you are categorized as, I don't really need a magazine telling any woman, whether she's a skinny woman or a plus size woman. I feel like these standards are really questionable to begin with. Like, size 16 is considered plus size, right? So then what are you if you're not a size 2, but you're somewhere between a 2 and a 16?
Yeah.
Are you...
Well, their editors claim that it's size 12 to 22. Okay. And look, Amy Schumer has made fun of her weight in the past, so I get why they put her on the list for that reason, if that's what they were thinking. On the other hand, you're absolutely right, Anna. The whole point of this episode is, here's the overweight women. That's not an issue you want to be a part of.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, if they had and they know they're going to get attention for it. So this, oh golly gee, we didn't know. Come on, dude. You made a fat issue, right? Mm-hmm. And so, yeah, of course, people have an issue with it. So if there was a men's health version, and they're like, okay, now let's look at the fatties. Here's Jenk, one of them, right? I'd be like, hey, wait a minute now. I know I'm morbidly obese, but you don't have to be a dick about it.
Yeah, it's a really interesting situation that we're in, where, again, like the fashion and beauty industry wants to appeal to the majority of people out there, because the majority of people out there do not relate to super skinny models. They just don't. And again, as they try to market to them, they fail miserably. Just stop trying so hard. Just include them in your regular magazines, your regular issues, and move on with your life. Stop treating them like they're weird and they need like a special issue.
Like they've got issues. I did it again. Oh no, we didn't do the nip take.
We got a post-game show and we got election coverage. We'll do the nip cake tomorrow.
All right, nip cake tomorrow. Nip cake's hilarious. Okay, all right, we gotta go, guys. If you remember, we're going to do this story of Anna and the condoms.
Yeah.
Okay, TYTnetwork.com/join. And then at 5:45 for everybody, TYTnetwork.com/live. Go tell friends and family, everybody check it out. Here comes Wisconsin! Is Money going to be able to pull it off? He's got to win tonight. If he wants to stay in the race, he's got to win tonight. Every night that he's got to win is nerve-wracking. Okay? Bye-bye.
We should do it. That's fabulous. No, I didn't say no. And walks.
Coco doesn't have a.
All right, welcome to the first coverage of the elections. 2016 Washington Heights, Wisconsin. Tonight, Bernie Sanders got to win. Okay, we've got Johnny Pie / Johnaria. No,
come on.
I got the tweets.
Okay,
What? I don't.
that's what I
This is
needed.
news to me. I don't know what this is about.
I no longer get as bothered about each bad nickname because I know it'll be replaced in a week or two
with an even worse nickname.
Yes.
Okay,
Johnny the Shit Pile Itarola.
Don't give me any ideas.
Why would you do that?
Oh, sorry, that was 5% worse.
Okay, you think that's not going to trend on Twitter? Is that what you think? I would have just spelled it out. Thanks for going to trend on
Thanks
Twitter.
for suggesting that.
Okay. Jimmy Mordor, Anna AK-47 Kasparian. We're all here. And I want to start this off right. Bernie has to win tonight. We know that. But we have audio from him. We know we do have access to him from that. He was very excited today. I've got to reach all the way back here for my audio. Okay. This is what he said. No! He didn't say that. That's Hillary Clinton. I'm on the wrong bank. Hold on.
Well, she's always on the right bank.
Okay, here's what,
Quick-witted door.
One of those banks paid for less speech.
Here's what Bernie said. It's not you. It's
Okay, so we know that Bernie needs to win tonight, but how many delegates does he need to win to really have a shot?
That's easy. As many as possible.
Right, so, I mean, how badly would he need to lose tonight in order to be out of the race?
No. So there's great questions. Let me clarify on a lot of those ones. First of all, if we were Donald Trump supporters, right now we'd be saying, winning the most delegates is unfair. It's unfair. Why do we have to win a majority of the delegates? That's unfair.
Yeah.
Okay. Literally saying that, of course you have to win a majority of the delegates. Of course you do. That's not unfair.
By the way, oh my God, Nate Silver tweeted out something amazing. And I say that it's amazing both because it's objectively amazing and also because it reinforces everything I've been saying for the past 3 months. So he has gained, Trump, 5 points nationally since January of this year. 5 points as the field is narrowed from 12 candidates to 3. Mm-hmm. So almost all of that support went to other than Trump candidates.
Do you feel vindicated?
I already felt vindicated.
Oh, so please. Okay. Look, he has to actually lose. And likely tonight he'll lose, but that doesn't mean he'll lose overall. Okay, so to answer Anna's question. So at Hillary Clinton's height, she was a little over 300 pledged delegates ahead. Okay? Super delegates don't count because they don't vote till later, and they often switch based on whoever has more pledged delegates, as they did in 2008. They switched over from Hillary Clinton to Barack Obama. Not all of them, but most of them, and plenty enough for Barack Obama to win the nomination. So now I believe the number is closer to around 230. So he's whittled away at her lead. And one of the questions that people keep asking is, look, since it's proportional voting and it's not winner takes all, which is what's happening on the Republican side now, okay, in most of the states, he's going to have a harder time making up those 200 some odd delegates.
Right.
So I don't think that that's as real as other people think, and I'll tell you why, and I'll talk about the math, not because I don't like, I like Bernie Sanders, so I think it's possible. No. So let's give a little bit of context here. First, before I do that, though, to more specifically answer your Wisconsin question, and the polls close in about 4 minutes, by the way, and we do have Jordan in Wisconsin. We'll go to him as well. So in Wisconsin, there aren't that many delegates up for grabs here. John can give you the specific number in a little bit. But whether he wins by 2 or he loses by 7 delegates, etc., points or delegates, isn't going to make all the difference. It's just a matter of he's got to win New York, because New York's a giant state. And if he picks up Wisconsin, he's got some degree of momentum, and that means he did exactly what he was supposed to do after the debacle of March 15th. We said he had to win. I believe I literally said he has to win almost every state. He could afford to lose 1 and be okay.
And so far, he's won 6 out of 7. This would be 7 out of 8. If he loses this, now that he's considered to be the favorite, although that just happened in about the last week or so, that would hurt him, right? And so that is. So it'd be nice to grab a dozen or so here in the difference between him and Hillary Clinton. And that's also important. So these elections, not just a matter of who wins, but how much do they win by, right? So that's very, very relevant going forward, including tonight.
Yeah. Yeah, so when you look at that 230, and so for the Democrats, it says Wisconsin's 96, I read in the 80s, but this is saying 96, and then 42 for the Republicans, which is winner take most. So if you think about, let's say, in the aggregate polls right now, he's got a lead of a couple of points. I think Huffington Post says about 5 points he's leading by. Most of the polls show him anywhere from 5 to 8, although there was a recent one just a couple of days ago that had Clinton up by 1. So let's say that Bernie Sanders wins by 2 points, like a narrow victory. So out of those 96 delegates, he would get several more than her.
Yeah.
And so at that point, out of 230 that needs to catch up, gaining 6 is not that significant. Now, if he wins 60-40, and he gains a dozen on her, 15 on her, that's something.
Yeah. Okay. I can't believe this shit that you guys are saying. This is fucking unbelievable. You're already shitting on this victory almost.
I'm not giving anything about my opinion. I'm describing objective numbers. I want him to win, and I think he's going to win.
No, if he wins tonight, if he wins tonight in Wisconsin, this increases his momentum going into New York, which has been on fire, by the way, right? So she was up 20-some points not too long ago. A week later, she's up 12 points. He's
now 10.
Now 10. Okay, so he wins tonight, momentum, more people get to know him. If she doesn't crush him in New York, I think she's a damaged candidate. If she ekes out a victory in New York, he wins tonight and she ekes out in her own kind of state when she was up almost 30 points just weeks ago, she is such a damaged candidate.
Okay.
Damaged.
You need to say I'm not disagreeing at all about that. I think she's doing horribly.
And he might win New York.
Terrible for her, but at the same time, all of that exists alongside the delegate map.
Right, and I agree with you.
Okay. All right. So let me say two very important things there, right? So number one, the reason why I'm not doing what some others are doing. So, like for example, Mashable
already did this.
Yeah,
that's where I'm coming from.
Mashable has a headline that says, I'm paraphrasing here, but not by much, saying like Sanders is expected to win tonight in Wisconsin. Here's why it doesn't matter.
That was literally the headline.
Literally. Yes. Okay.
Even
Even
doesn't matter
before he wins, they shit on the parade before he wins.
It would matter more if it didn't border Vermont. So close. It's like a short drive. You take a bus.
That's why Hawaii didn't count, because it was white. It was weird.
It's weird. A planet with Vermont,
and it's on the same part of the globe as no, not even part of the globe as Vermont.
It's got mountains like Vermont.
Okay,
weird.
Anyway, so the same thing I want to say is, look, guys, at some point we're not like the Republicans. We believe in math. He has to overcome her in the delegate. In at least pledge delegates for this to be for him to win, right? But California has over 500 delegates.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, in the latest polling, which is still not very accurate, still not because it was earlier, and he has gained a lot of momentum in those wins and the streak, etc. And I don't just say that passingly. I say it with. We already have some results. Hold on.
Just exit polls.
These are exit polls in Wisconsin. Ted Cruz 47%, Donald Trump 36%, and John Kasich 14%.
John Kasich stole 14 points from Trump?
He did. It's unfair. It's unfair.
I hope somebody's called the police.
It's unfair. Exit polling. 55-44 Bernie Sanders in Wisconsin. 55-44. 55-44.
Is that enough?
Okay.
Is that enough to have I think
not enough for Mashable.
Not for Mashable.
Okay. So, but we're going to talk a lot more, and that's just exit polling, and we'll give you some, and if it's clear enough, they'll call it quick, okay? And yes, we're still going to go through it. Hold. So, but in order to overcome her, he has to win. California's last. He has to win California pretty damn big, right?
Yeah.
He has to have closed in significantly, get within about 100 delegates or so, 150 at its. I mean, if you're at 100, boy, that's tough, right? And then he's got to clobber her in California, right? Which is possible because California is very liberal and it shares a border with Vermont. Two borders on both sides, right? And it's very weird and it's very white. Yeah. And the polling is headed in his direction there, but he's got to get there in time. All this polling headed in the right direction, but New York is the second largest state. There's a lot of delegates there. He's got to make up some ground there instead of lose ground, right? Yeah. So that's just real because there's not. Then there's Pennsylvania and New Jersey. So the reality is, I think that the South went for Hillary Clinton overwhelmingly. The West is probably going to go and has already gone, whatever is voted, overwhelmingly to Bernie Sanders. Probably the Northeast will decide this election. And so far, he lost Massachusetts, he won Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine, and he's got to win those big states. He's got to win New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania. And if he doesn't win those and he loses those, you can talk to your blue in the face about momentum. Even if he has it, even if he wins big in California, it might be too late.
And even if he catches up to within 100, even if he wins in California, even if he passes her in pledged delegates, all of this is crossing our fingers and hoping that the goddamn DNC doesn't steal it with superdelegates.
Which they almost certainly will try. But then shit will go down. Okay? And I'm not like Trump, we're not threatening anything, right? But I mean, imagine being at that convention, Bernie has more pledged delegates. And the superdelegates go, no, I do not.
No, that would never happen.
Yeah. No, look, by the way, you don't know the degree to which they hate Bernie Sanders. That will happen. The question is what happens next.
Yeah.
Okay.
Really?
Yes. Those superdelegates, they love Hillary Clinton has been funneling money to them for decades, right? They think their career depends on Hillary Clinton winning. And Bernie Sanders has been embarrassing them for decades.
Yes.
He's been right, he's been annoyingly right, and he's shown how you didn't have to be a sellout. And almost all those superdelegates are going for Hillary Clinton, and almost all of them are sellouts. And so they're like, oh, fuck, I hate Bernie Sanders. And now this guy rises up with this goddamn revolution and shows that it turns out we didn't have to take all the donor money the whole time. We sold out for nothing, right? And he's going to embarrass us like that? No way I'm voting Hillary. That's what they're going to say initially. But if he wins more pledged delegates, I mean, I don't know what happens at that convention, but it's going to be messed up. I mean, we don't have Trump guys. Right. But I mean, look, other Democratic conventions in the past have been a fucking mess, right? And so, I mean, I don't know what happens, but it gets bad. It gets real bad.
The whole world will be watching.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So anyway, let's hope that things are calmer than that, and obviously we're clearly more pro Bernie here, and so we hope he wins easily enough with the pledged delegates. But at this point, he's not going to have a huge lead under almost any circumstance. He would have some lead in a best case scenario.
FBI is basically the only primary that can lead to him having a gigantic advantage come around. If she were to be indicted.
Oh, yes, I see what you're
saying. Which does not, it's looking less likely, but you never know.
I feel like we should mention the New York Daily News interview. You want to?
Hold on. Let me go to Jordan first. But and just one last thing on the FBI. James Comey is saying Democratic nominee, and it sounds like he won't release what the results of that investigation are during the primary, but he might during the general election.
Yeah.
Genius move to trust the Republicans.
But a lot of Republicans presidents, they appoint Democrats to lead the FBI.
Look,
it's not like the Department of Defense or something.
Seriously, Bush put Norm Mineta as Department of Transportation or something. Mineta was in office for about 3 decades straight through Republicans and Democrats. But that's what the Republicans do. They're like, yeah, we'll be bipartisan. Where the fuck's Norm? Let's put Norm on something. Yeah, Department of Bullshit. Put Norm on it, right? Meanwhile, Obama, head of the FBI, Defense Secretary, and I'm probably like, What else did he do? It's littered with Republicans. I'm only
about Supreme Court Justice nominee.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, what am I talking about? Tim Geithner was a Republican, head of the Treasury, right? And it goes on and on and on. Anyway, okay. So Jordan Cherokee in Wisconsin on the ground. Jordan, what's going on other than you picking fights with Jake Tapper today?
Oh, great. Jake the Snake. He's not happy with me right now. I am at Marquette University. The line here has ranged from from an hour to 2.5 hours for students. There's been some problems here and there, but overall it's gone smoothly, other than asking 18 to 21-year-olds to wait for 2.5 hours. I had a bit of a confrontation with the inspector here. He's in charge of the polling station. Apparently there wasn't enough polling people here. Originally, that's why they had such long lines. I was told that they only had 4 people here to register voters. It's important to say that Wisconsin has same-day registration, and that is most of the students here registered today. I was also told that the university declined to have registration drives, which students asked for.
So, Jordan, I'm getting kind of tired of the long lines. So there's been reports all day of people dropping out of lines in Wisconsin because they're just too goddamn long, right? And so, like, people are seeing it as, in some ways, positive because look at all the excitement and enthusiasm. But you drain that enthusiasm in a 2-hour line.
Yeah.
And you're not, in a democracy, you're not supposed to have 2-hour lines. You're supposed to be able to vote fairly conveniently. So you've been on the ground in a lot of these places. What's your assessment of what's going wrong? Are the administrators genuinely taken aback by how many more people are showing up? Is it some degree of incompetence? Is any of it kind of on purpose? Like the ones who are enthusiastic, I kind of want to have them wait in line for a while.
Well, Jank, both you and I, in our careers, have had people above us who are incompetent. We both worked at MSNBC, so I will say, from what I'm seeing here, there's a certain level of incompetence. I was actually told by somebody who she offered to help out registering voters. She is able to do that. You have to be a registrar to do that. She and 2 other people told me they offered to help out when lines were 2 hours, and they were told no by the inspector here. He tells me I never turned anyone down. That's not true. I tend to believe the 3 women who told me they offered. I think there's a level of incompetence here. I also think the bottom line is about 85% of the students here are registering today because there wasn't a student registration drive. You got to hit students, 18 to 21-year-olds over the head for them to do something. You can't just expect them all to register on their own. They're busy in class, at keg parties, etc. So the university pretty much, sat on its hands and didn't do that. Do I know if there's nefarious reasons? I don't know. The election commissioner is supposed to be nonpartisan, as they say. But outside of Marquette, in Green Bay, I was tweeting all day. There were 2.5, 3-hour lines. People were dropping out, including young people. So no, this is not what a democracy looks like. I think we need to head. If you look at it, there needs to be more talk about more voting online, because when you're allowing things to human error, human personality, you have people like the inspector here turning down help. Why did he do that? Who knows? But that's why you have 2.5-hour lines.
At least some people are getting to dance on those lines.
Right.
Used by the guy behind you. But anyway,
some people are eating pizza online. And by the way, John, a very pretty girl told me to say hello to you. I don't think she knows you, but you said you're a really good-looking dude.
Thank you.
Wow.
Oh, my God. He's been searching the country. He found one.
She wanted some of that Johnny Pie. Huh?
Great reporting from Jordan here. Thank you.
Okay. So, nonetheless, you say, it's 18, 21-year-olds, sometimes hard to get them to register to vote, etc. But they're right behind you, right? And they did come out to vote, and they are sitting there. So what's your experience on the ground, at least in Marquette? Have a lot of people dropped off the line, or no? They've been there the whole time?
Well, I think we met one girl who left earlier because she had to go to class or something and came back. Most of the people came, I think, towards the end of the day, maybe there's classes for during the day, but most of them have been committed. I asked when we first got here. I said, "How long have you been online?" Hour and a half, hour 45. I said, "Have you seen people getting on in and off the line?" They said no. Most people are staying on the line. I didn't talk to them about their politics because apparently that's against the law. I don't know about that. I could be, it can be construed as campaigning. Who the hell knows? But I've seen most people staying on the line. I would think, as we've seen around the country, this huge turnout is good for Bernie Sanders. I know you said he's right now, exit polls have him up about 10 or 11, but I've been told that they didn't have turnout like this here in 2012.
So right now the polls closed, Jordan, but there's still people behind you because. So what? Correct me if I'm wrong here, but what they do is once the polls close, they say you can't go enter the line, but whoever's in the line will get the vote.
Correct. They do a wraparound of the people here to see who's in line, and I guess they keep someone at the end of the line. So if new people come up, they turn them away. But I will say it's raining out pretty hard now. So some places, if you have bad weather, they extend. I was going on with you, so I wasn't able to find out if they're extending here, but it started raining in the last 20 minutes.
And some people have to wait outside. So then if it's raining and you got to wait an hour and a half in the rain, Jesus Christ. By the way, it's just, I always see it on TV. Here in California, we never have relevant elections. We're at the end of the primary season, almost never relevant. And then in the general election, almost never relevant because you know what's going to happen. So there's never any lines. I go in, I vote in a minute, and I come back out. If I had to wait an hour and 45 minutes to vote, I'd never make it. I got a show to do. I got 1,000 things to do. It's so unfair to ask people to wait that long before they vote.
Yeah,
it's very frustrating.
But just my guess, highly a guess. I don't see people waiting on 2-hour lines for Hillary Clinton. It's just a guess. But I think most of the people here, apparently it's a Catholic school. But most of the people here, when I saw people walking offline, a few people told me, definitely for Bernie. So I didn't talk to all of them about their politics, but I will say the fact that they're even dedicated to wait online for an hour and 45, 2 hours, shows that they're really invested in the outcome. This is the primary; it's not the general election. So it's impressive.
But Jordan, I was raised Catholic. I went to Catholic school for 12 years. And my guess is, I don't know how much you've talked to the kids about their Catholicism, but I'm going to guess that the ones who were molested are voting for Hillary because they're used to being abused. But the ones who weren't are probably going to go for Bernie because they still have optimism about life.
I'll have that poll ready by tomorrow for you.
Hold on, I'm Googling it.
Okay.
Was that inappropriate?
This is the moment in the show where I denounce the Jimmy Dore.
I'm Catholic.
Well, you're allowed to say, I know, but I think the inappropriate comment was about Hillary voters. But anyway. Okay.
I'm just talking about the Catholics.
Okay, all right. All right, Jordan, keep us up to date. Let us know if there's anything else going on there. Good reporting. We'll see you soon, okay?
Thanks, guys.
All right, now, TYT Politics, by the way, not a big deal. About to hit 4 million views and 40,000 subscribers. Last time I talked to you guys about this, I don't know, a couple of weeks ago, it was at 20,000 subscribers. All of a sudden, 40,000. Will you be number 40,000? Well, if you are, no one will know because we're not tracking you. But still, we'll appreciate it, okay?
Sign up anyway.
YouTube.com/TYT Politics. Now, I've got some great clips from Jordan. My favorite is a Trump support. I'm doing it right now. Sorry, I'm doing it right now. I need to be talking about Wisconsin. I will. There's some exit polling about who is more honest and trustworthy, But I got to show you this clip first. We're going to go to clip number 3. He caught up with a Trump supporter who was going not only all around Wisconsin following Trump. She's super enthusiastic. She's got a different place in the country to go to different Trump rallies. Super excited. Okay, let's find out why.
You've actually been around the Midwest, apparently, to Donald Trump. This isn't your first event. What's your favorite policy of his?
I really don't have a favorite policy, but I really like Donald Trump because he is a U.S. citizen and he is an entrepreneur, and what he says is what he's going to do.
You led with he's a U.S. citizen, so I'm assuming that means you think the current president isn't a U.S. citizen?
You know what? No comment on that.
But there's got to be at least one policy of his that kind of drew you in.
I
think, I would hope.
Well, if he's not specific on what he wants to do, you're a businessman and you don't give away your ideas because you don't want other people to take your ideas. Common sense is actually quite a bit that works very good. Common sense, I can't explain it, but he has a lot of common sense.
So, third time's a charm? No policy, just Trump?
Just Trump.
When I see stuff like that, and I feel like this election is supposed
to be a woman.
No, it makes me want to stab myself in the eye, or it makes me want to cause self-harm because it makes me. I feel so much pain hearing people like this, right? Because look, we've talked about this on the show. This is when my pessimistic side comes out. I know we have a huge, intelligent, politically informed, and politically aware audience. But I feel like that's it. Like, you guys are it. And everyone else is a moron. Right? And so we're sitting here and we're like churning out these stories and we're like, let's give you some facts and they're well researched. Like, look, I don't give Cenk a lot of props because I feel like he feels really good about himself already. But no, your story yesterday about how money is being laundered to the Hillary campaign was fucking incredible, right? And it was nuanced, and it had so many important facts to kind of explain how our political system works.
Did it have common sense? Well, not a lot of people have common sense.
Jake is an American citizen, so I
have to say, I'm a little bit depressed to be affiliated with an organization whose leading, respected journalist would ask gotcha questions like that.
Yeah.
She's just a regular supporter, and you're going to ask her super hardcore, detailed things like, can you name one policy of his you like? No.
I also want to give Jordan some props because
not fair, Jordan.
He does a really good job in not making it apparent that he thinks these people are stupid, right? Whereas the one time I interviewed a Trump supporter, like man on the street interview, I came across someone holding a Trump sign. I couldn't hold it in. I just couldn't hold it in. He was a fucking idiot, right? And so I give Jordan credit for how he handles these interviews because he gets good answers that kind of give you insight into how uninformed Trump supporters are.
Yeah. Okay. So we don't have any percents reporting yet, right? But we will tell you as soon as they are, and John's on it, right?
I am.
All right. So we do have the exit polls, but just first, I got to give credit to Counterpunch, who had the original article, right? So so that was just me taking the facts from there, putting some analysis in, and giving it context. But they did a great job with that article. Margot Kidder, actually, believe it or not.
Yeah, and look, the reason why
amazing.
The reason why I'm giving you credit, and you gave them a ton of credit in your video, is because that's not an easy story to understand, and you made it easy to digest that story, right? Mm-hmm. So anyway, you guys should check it out if you haven't already.
Okay, so now her. God, I loved every part of that interview. It's the original tape that I watched. The raw footage is like 7 minutes, and it's she's a florist, and Jordan's like, what do you? How do you think he's gonna help?
She swindles people for weddings. I know it.
And so,
I know it.
She's like, I think there's gonna be a lot more weddings and a lot more funerals.
She said that?
Yeah.
Well, she's.
Wait, what?
Funerals?
No, what she meant is more people will have enough money to buy flowers at funerals. But the way she said it sounded like a Trump president. Don't worry, there'll be more funerals. Okay.
Well, that might be true.
So watch the whole thing. Watch it. Go to youtube.com/TYT politics later and watch the whole thing. But anyway, common sense, I can't explain it. And at the end, you guys were laughing. I don't know if you caught it. So Jordan's like, okay, third try. Any policy? No, just Trump? She's like, just Trump.
I heard it, yeah.
Just Trump? What does that mean? What does that mean? Just Trump.
I do want the...
He's an entrepreneur, and he's an American citizen.
I just want the follow-up question. When they do the thing of, you can't let them know what your policies are, which before it was already sad enough that he couldn't say anything about how he'd fight ISIS because that would be revealing to the enemy what your policies are. But now his supporters have gobbled that up so thoroughly, they don't want to know anything. They think, honestly, who would he pick for transportation secretary? You don't want to reveal your plans before, and you should keep them. I just want the follow-up. Honestly, would you accept that from any other politician?
No, we would not, right? Most people would not.
Would they?
Would they? I don't know.
Obama said, no, in the debate, I'm not giving any details because I don't reveal to the enemy. Oh, good, he's got common sense.
Well,
I don't think they do that.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm going to interrupt for 1 second. 2% reporting. Ted Cruz with a 21-point lead right now, 53 to 31. 1% reporting on the Democratic side, 56-44.
Which, by the way, is good news because when we saw that he was up 55-45, that is good news, but that's exit polls for the day of, and typically, because to the limited extent that Wisconsin allows early voting anymore, that has usually gone towards Hillary. And so that could have led to a much closer race. Yes. He seems to be outperforming, and again, it's a couple percentage points.
But that's good news. I want to build on that for just a second, then I want to go back. Anna, don't forget the point you were making. Okay. So, Seth Abramson has done a great job of analyzing some of these numbers. And so he wrote a piece that explains that a huge part of the reason that Hillary is winning so far is the early voting. Because the people who voted early didn't get a chance to hear or see Bernie Sanders in their state. Right? And plus they're older voters, which normally go to Hillary anyway, or have been going more towards Hillary in this election. So in Arizona, where he lost double digits on the day of the election, he only lost, I think, by about 2 to 4 points, if I'm remembering right? So he almost won Arizona on the day of the voting, but so many people had voted early that gave Hillary Clinton a wide lead in Arizona instead. Okay, when you tell. So now you heard Jordan talking about how they don't have online voting in Wisconsin, so all those students who would do online voting are stuck in lines. So the older voters who do more early voting have all the access in the world in most of these states on the Democratic side, but the younger voters that would use online voting, no access. So now, I'm not saying that's rigged. I'm not saying they thought of that ahead of time, etc. But that is the facts on the ground, and that is affecting elections a little bit. So when you see an exit poll, John's point is a great one. Remember, that's not the only people who voted in the election. Those are just people from that day, so they might be deceptive in favor of Bernie Sanders. But when you take the early voting in a lot of these states so far, that has favored Hillary Clinton. So when you add that in, sometimes it changes the results. Okay.
So have we called it yet?
No. It's just 1% reporting it.
2%. So we're gonna hold off.
Yeah.
Because other places are calling it.
Oh, is that right?
Fox News called it.
Oh, Fox News. I didn't know that. Fox News called it.
Yeah.
No, I'm holding. Fuck Fox News.
Okay. Fox.
How could anyone call it when a small percentage of
because on the exit poll.
But
the reason why
projected, they're basing on the exit polls.
Oh,
okay. So let me explain that. We've gone over that a couple times in these election nights, but it's very important for you guys to know this, right? So if the lead is large enough in the exit polling, a lot of news organizations will call it sometimes immediately, right? And then, but if it's not, then they'll actually wait for all those precincts to start reporting to get a better and clearer sense of it. Now, this is a unique situation because the polls closed 25 minutes ago, and the exit polling is not that big. That's why I'm not calling it, right? Because 11 points in the exit polling, especially given the early voting phenomenon we just explained, is not that big a lead that you would call it without seeing the actual votes, in my experience. But they've had 25 minutes over at Fox News, and apparently they've decided good enough. They see enough returns in where they can make the call for Bernie Sanders. Did they call the Republican side?
Not that I've heard yet.
Because that's interesting, because it seems that Ted Cruz has just as big a lead, if not, a bigger lead, over Donald Trump. But, conventional wisdom is that the Republicans want the Democratic primary to go on as long as possible. So at this point, Fox News theoretically would be kind of on Bernie's side. Okay. And it's not like they don't rig their calls. They do. they certainly rigged it
since 2000.
Yeah, they certainly rigged it in 2000. That's for sure. Not every call they make is a dishonest one, but you've got to throw an asterisk on a Fox News call. Okay, Anna, you were saying about the
So we were discussing, these Trump supporters who have no idea what his policies are. A lot of Americans, to be fair, don't know what the specific policies are of their candidates, with the exception of TYT viewers because they pay attention. But the thing that I want to note is a lot of candidates don't get criticized enough for not being specific on how they plan on getting things done. except for one candidate. And that one candidate is Bernie Sanders. And that's why I wanted to bring up the New York Daily News thing that was released today. Great timing. Where Bernie had an interview with the editorial board at the New York Daily News. By the way, I just caught what the cover is going to be for the publication tomorrow morning. And I don't know if it's true. I saw it on Twitter. It was the Daily News tweeting it themselves, though. And it showed that they believe that Bernie Sanders is responsible for what happened in the Newtown shooting. Yeah, because of the way that he voted about gun manufacturers. He voted against holding gun manufacturers liable for mass shootings and things like that, right?
So that caused the shooting?
Okay, so we know where they stand. We already know where the editorial board is coming from with the New York Daily News. But with that said, he had a not-so-stellar interview with them. I read the transcripts. But I want to decipher some things for you guys, because I think it's important to kind of understand where Bernie's coming from. This is my interpretation. People might disagree with me, but I feel like Bernie Sanders is obsessed with not sounding like a leader, right? And hear me out on that. I think he's so afraid of being, misinterpreted as someone who's power hungry, because he's identified as a socialist by all these media outlets that are trying to shame him or trying to make him seem like a bad guy. So on the interview that he had with Jake, he referred to himself as someone who doesn't consider himself a leader. Why the fuck would you say that? You're a fucking leader. So the reason why I bring that up is because one question that he was asked was regarding the big banks. So the question was, okay, well, let's say you're now the president. How do you break up the big banks? Who decides the banks are too big? How do you go about doing it? He mentioned the Fed. His answer was very unclear. It seemed like he was kind of having a hard time answering it because he didn't want to mention executive power because he doesn't want to seem like he's going to be a power-hungry politician, right? He's the man of the people. That's the way he represents himself. That's how he truly sees himself. So the reporter is like, okay, well, so do you think the Fed has the authority to determine whether the banks are too big to fail? Do you think that? And so he struggled in that answer. I'm going to keep it real. He struggled in that answer. I didn't like that answer, but the way that I saw it was he really doesn't want to come out as someone who's going to, use his executive power too much, right?
Yeah. So I have not yet read the interview, but so obviously I'll have fully formed opinions on it tomorrow when after I go through the entire interview, and it's a very long one, which is good.
Yes.
So that you can get a full sense of it. But it's funny that this is like the guy who has all the policy positions explaining how single payer would work, how he would pay for it, even has the balls to say, yes, I'll raise taxes on it, not just on the rich, but I'll raise taxes on payroll tax and on everybody. But in return, I'm going to give you this and stuff like that. Meanwhile, you've got Trump on the other side, so going, my policies are going to be fantastic. Today, I don't know if you caught this, or maybe it was yesterday, he said that one of the departments he'd get rid of is the Department of Environmental.
What the fuck is that?
Okay, I know. So
that's next to nuclear. You got to go a little bit farther down the hall. Department of Nuclear.
Okay, and he's like, the DEP it's been killing us. It's been he called it the DEP. Okay,
instead of the EPA, the DEP. He called it.
Yeah.
He got 2 out of 3.
Department of Entertainment and Protection.
Okay. And so, well, it's been killing us, guys.
Yeah.
So, but that's so commonplace that, like, it's not a giant headline. Oh my God, Trump thinks there's a Department of Environmental, right?
Yeah.
But for Bernie, like, if he gets one thing wrong, they're like, ah, yes!
Yes.
The whole media is screaming in unison, ladies and gentlemen, we got him!
So I really encourage everyone to read the whole thing yourself and judge for yourself. I want you guys to be informed. I want you to come up with your own, decisions as to whether or not you think he really failed in answering that question. First thing he said was, if the banks are too big to fail and it could lead to a catastrophe, you could draft legislation. You could get the Fed involved. Yes, I could use executive power. Like, the way that I read it was, he didn't want to give, like, a concrete answer as to how it would be done.
You don't let your enemies know what you're going to do.
Well, yeah. But, like, I wish that he was a little more specific. I like when politicians are specific, right?
But I just want you guys to understand that he is the only politician who's going around and being really careful about even referring to himself as a leader. Because you have some people who think that he's this crazy communist, right? Who's going to like be an insane dictator in this country because of his political views. No, I'm not even kidding you though. That's the way people think about him. So I feel like he has to fight back against this media narrative by making it very clear that he is a man of the people. So I think that's why he kind of suffered in that answer. Then there's one part, Washington Post covered that interview, and of course they use this like insane defamatory headline about him. Oh, he's all talk, he's all bullshit. Like, get out of here, right? I'm paraphrasing, obviously.
The Washington Post.
Okay, so I read all the portions of the interview that the Washington Post believes he failed in, and one portion had to do with Israel, right? Read his part about Israel, because he did not say a single controversial thing about it, okay?
Not to you.
Not to me, but apparently to anyone who thinks that Israel can do no wrong, okay? There were treaties signed where Israel agreed to not build settlements in certain places, and they continue to build settlements. And for some reason, Israel's the only country in the world that can do that, and they'll still get supported for doing it, right? Even though they break the treaties, even though they break prior agreements, and they still build those settlements. Bernie says that he believes Israel broke the law when they went ahead and they built those settlements.
Well,
and the Washington Post thinks that's controversial?
I find the truth to be quite radical.
And Bernie is a well-known anti-Semite, you know.
That's true. but one thing though about in terms of his answer about the banks, I won't go into detail. I think that it's an okay answer. I think that the actual way that you would go about breaking up the banks is incredibly complicated. It would involve multiple departments, hundreds of people that would be involved in creating a regulatory apparatus that would do that. So I think it's fine that he didn't have an answer right off the bat. But what I do think is interesting is that everybody who supports Hillary is saying, oh, you guys are crazy, saying Bernie would be so much harder on Wall Street. Hillary says she'll break up the banks too if they become dangerous. Okay, then ask her the question next and see her amazing answer. Because she says she's going to do it if they become a big danger to the economy. Okay, so why is he the only one getting the question?
And in fact, it's a two-part question. One, what would be your test for them becoming too dangerous?
Specifically what?
Right? Because we got to know, right? Because that's a very important moment.
And that's her policy. Right now she has it.
Right. And then if we've crossed that threshold, how would you break up the big banks? I mean, if the Daily News had asked her, there's no fucking way she had an answer to that question. Now they'll be studying up on it, yada, yada, right? And
they won't ask her.
Yeah. And look, to me, I think that they asked Hillary Clinton policy questions in debates that I've seen in town hall and stuff. Maybe not as detailed as that one, or some that they, or certainly not as skeptically as they do to Bernie Sanders. But to me, the night and day differences between what they ask Republicans and what they ask Democrats. Hold. CNN is calling Wisconsin for Ted Cruz.
And importantly, right now he's leading by more than the vote share that Kasich has. So even if Kasich had dropped out and somehow all of those went to Trump, which is fantasy land, but Trump believes it, he still would have lost to Ted Cruz.
So Ted Cruz, we're now, TYT also calling it, has a very significant lead there, basically 50 to 34 for the moment being, and Ted Cruz a winner in Wisconsin over Donald Trump. We are spending a lot of time on the Democrats, as we should. I want to come back to the Republicans because this is a very significant election for the Republicans as well. And I think that Ted Cruz basically shellacking Donald Trump here is super relevant. Okay, so, look, and again, are we at a turning point? It's a good question. We'll get to that on the Republican side in a minute. But just to finish up the New York Daily News thing, it's hilarious that, as Anna pointed out, some people think, and they do, on the right-wing side, Bernie's going to be dictatorial. We can't have it. So we should go to a man of the people like Donald Trump. Okay.
Still lives in the house he grew up in.
So he still lives in the mansion he grew up in.
So this is... I've never seen so many contradictory criticisms of a candidate in my life than Bernie Sanders.
Mm-hmm.
Right? This whole thing of, he's going to be a dictator. But the whole rub on Bernie Sanders is that he can't get anything he wants done. But he's going to be a dictator.
Yeah, it's amazing.
He's going to dictate people to do shit that someone else wants done.
Yeah. What totalitarian incompetence.
It's incredible.
Okay, now
that's a great point, Jimmy.
Yeah.
Okay, on to Israel for a quick second. Really, we're having this conversation. The first Jewish candidate to ever win a primary in the United States history, right? Right? And so, because he says, "Hey, you know, I care about Israel, so I want him to follow the law. Like I care about the U.S., so I want him to follow the law." Right? It's scandal. Scandal.
By the way, I don't
must be anti-Israel if he wants Israel to follow the law.
I don't think, first of all, he does care about Israel. Everyone cares about Israel. And yes, we want them to follow the law. But you shouldn't even have to start the sentence with, I like Israel, I care about them, so I want them to... No, we want all countries to follow treaties, to follow laws, to follow agreements that they've signed, okay? I don't feel comfortable with the fact that the country that we give the most foreign aid to, our taxpayer money, we talk about taxpayer money all the fucking time, right? Our taxpayer money goes to a country that's building illegal settlements while they simultaneously occupy an entire population of people. And we're not allowed to criticize them? If my money's going to that country, I think it's okay for me to criticize them.
So the amazing moment in Republican politics, Rand Paul running on, I'm the libertarian and I'm going to stick to my principles even if it, you know, is against the conventional wisdom of the Republican Party, yada yada. So he says, okay, I'm going to wipe out all foreign policies. They say to him, not foreign policy, although he might do that too, all foreign aid. And they say to him, okay, but Israel is the number one, recipient of our foreign aid. Are you going to stop giving them? In the beginning, he's like, yeah, I think so, yeah. And later he's like, no. I'm going to give to Israel and no one else. It was wow. How very libertarian of you. Okay. I mean, look, this is unbelievable, right? And I need you to watch. I've been ranting and raving about this, but the movie The Gatekeepers. I haven't said it actually on the show yet. I was doing it on Facebook and stuff, but and on social media. But The Gatekeepers is interviews with 6 former heads of Shin Bet. Shin Bet is a security service for Israel. Their job is to protect Israel, to do intelligence gathering. They're the guys who figure out where the Palestinian terrorists are and eliminate them. Okay, so they're not soft on terrorists. How long are we going to occupy these people? And then the end of the movie is so powerful. The whole movie is incredibly powerful. But they quote Professor Leibowitz from like 1968, if I'm remembering the name and the time right. And he says, I'm worried if we keep up the occupation that what it's going to do to us, right? And he says, because then we become a colonial power. And we know what colonial powers did to us. Do we want to be like those guys? And they asked one of the heads of Shin Bet, what do you think about that? And he's like, I think that's exactly what happened. And you're like, oh shit, oh my God, it's devastating, right? So if you love Israel and care about Israel, listen to the guys whose job was to protect Israel. All 6 of them. Like, for God's sake, what are we doing? What are we doing here? Like, and because they also deal with Palestinians day to day. So one of them says, after you leave office, it's hard not to become a leftist. I mean, the things we did to them. And we saw it. We saw us ripping the dad away from the kids. And it kind of haunts you. Right? And so just for God's sake, watch the movie and think about it. It's not if you're a do-gooder and a softie and you care about other human beings like Palestinians, right? So what do you care about Israel and what kind of a state it is? And do you want it to be great? Do you want it to be, what you dreamed it would be? So we got to end the occupation. It's one of those things that hasn't worked. It hasn't worked for decades and decades. We've got to end it. So that's what Bernie Sanders thinks. He thinks we should have a great state of Israel. We should have a 2-state solution. We should have peace and security for Israel. For that, they slander him and they defame him, even though he's the first Jewish candidate in American history to do this well. And they slander him anyway because he didn't bow his head to the right-wing Israeli government.
And look, there was one portion of his answer that stood out to me the most. He said it. He criticized Obama because he said Obama seemed devoted to fighting against new settlements, but then he gave up.
Yeah.
That's exactly what Obama did. He gave up. He called Netanyahu out and said, hey, maybe stop building those settlements, which, by the way, he did it in the most mild way imaginable. And that led to the most tense relationship between Obama and Netanyahu, even given the fact that the Obama administration is the administration that gave Israel the Iron Dome.
Yeah, it's one more
jump in the vote, by the way.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
So they're up to 21% now, and unfortunately, I just tweeted that he was looking like he might win by 15 plus. He's still projected to win, obviously, but his lead is down to something like 5 points or so.
Yeah, 52 points.
So a good portion of the lead evaporated once it jumped up another 12 points.
So that's disconcerting. That's part of the reason why we haven't called it yet.
Yeah.
5-point lead is not a big lead. That doesn't gain you a lot of delegates either. So let's see how it goes. Let's see how it goes.
I know last time I checked, there were still a lot of people in line.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, and it's only 20%. It could jump back up. That could have been one city that she did very well in. For instance, it could have been. I saw one that she was doing really well in. But I do have something I wanted to say about Israel, if we're still on that.
Sure.
Just that they get to just say that what he's saying is betraying Israel because there's this assumption which we don't apply to any other country in the world that what one particular party has said will make them safer must objectively be true, which is ridiculous because there's massive disagreement between political parties inside of Israel as to what will make them safe. The idea that we can't say, no, that individual politician or his party could be wrong. Like, think about America. The Republicans say they know how to keep America safe. We think it's fucking batshit crazy and it'll make us not just not more safe, but actually put us in more harm as well as kill people throughout the Middle East. And we believe the same thing about Israel. Sanders is not bargaining Israel's safety. Now, he doesn't care so much about that. He'd rather focus on the rights of the Palestinians. In this case, you get to be on the right side in both. What's good for the Palestinians is good for Israel in the long term. It will make Israel a safer state.
Yeah, and again, in the documentary, since they're in charge of protecting Israel, a devastating moment for Shin Bet was when the Israeli Prime Minister was killed, Yitzhak Rabin. He was assassinated, right? And the reason he was assassinated was because he was for peace. And a Jewish fundamentalist, Yigal Amir, killed him. And you see them, and they're devastated. They say, it worked. God damn it, it worked. And when they killed him, it ended the peace process. And they show you who took over afterwards. Benjamin Netanyahu. And even the leaders of Shin Bet says, look, you need the Palestinians to come to the negotiation table. You need them to act in good faith. And we have had partnerships with them where their leadership has acted in good faith. They're not going to always do it. Hell no. Shin Bet's the last people to just trust them on it, right? He said, but you also need a partner from our side who actually genuinely wants peace. And the implication was clear. Netanyahu is not that partner. He doesn't want it.
No, he doesn't.
And so,
very clear about it.
And in fact, he was one of the guys giving speeches, riling up the religious crowds. They got so riled up, one of them shot and killed Rabin. Right? Yeah. Okay, so anyway, but apparently it's an unacceptable opinion in America. But fuck the Washington Post, because I mean, among the 800 things we've covered, including the legendary 16 negative headlines in 16 hours after his victories, right? Including the op-ed where they came out against Bernie Sanders and just was absolutely scathing and totally made up things, right? Like, oh, he's going to do this, he's going to do that, yada yada. Well, not based in fact. And now today I covered the story of they said Bernie Sanders says Greenpeace says that Hillary Clinton and her super PACs have gotten $4.5 million from people who are connected to the oil and gas industry. Washington Post said that is correct, and we're giving him 3 out of 4 Pinocchios and rating it mostly false. Okay.
I saw that same goddamn thing.
What?
They said the number is correct. But fuck Bernie Sanders, we're going to call it false anyway.
Do you remember a couple of months ago when we talked about PolitiFact?
It's amazing. It's amazing.
The newspaper that owns PolitiFact being bought by, I forget exactly who it was, but it was affiliated with Hillary Clinton. We talked about that a couple months ago. We said, is it possible that they could be swayed? Is it possible the Onion could be swayed? Both being bought by people who support Hillary Clinton. Maybe.
Yeah. Look, the Washington Post wasn't always this way, but they do have an owner who is a libertarian, quote unquote, meaning I'd like to keep all my money. It's Jeff Bezos, who owns Amazon and has at least $50 billion.
Call made, but AP.
Oh, AP.
Bernie Sanders wins the Democratic primary in Wisconsin.
Okay. Bernie Sanders won.
Look at that. Is that nice?
Okay. Bernie Sanders the winner!
Feel the bird.
Man, that's long. Remember in the old days we used to do this whenever there was a call. I should do this more.
Yes.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Okay, so how many delegates did he get? Like, what? I want to know.
What's that?
He got 86? No.
What? Of the delegates? No. He didn't get 86 delegates. So we'll find that out as the night goes along. Okay. So by the way, speeches are coming up. Ted Cruz about to speak. Will only subject you.
Can I give you one more political? I read this also today. PolitiFact.
Is that happening right now?
They PolitiFact.
Oh. Let's see if we can find Bernie Sanders.
That's on the AP feed. The AP feed.
You know, let's go to Sanders and we'll take the break as we go to Sanders. But go ahead, Jim.
So they PolitiFact fact-checked Bernie on Bernie Sanders says Wall Street tax would pay for his tuition plan. So it turns out they say that the free college tuition would cost $75 billion, and Bernie's tax would only raise somewhere between $50 and $60 billion. So so his plan would cover the great majority of the cost of that. They even say so. They say Sanders' $75 billion proposal would cover 2/3 of the costs. We rate his claim mostly false. It says it right there, mostly false.
Like, it will mostly cover it, mostly, but mostly false.
It's amazing.
I couldn't fucking believe they wrote it themselves.
But the Washington Post one is more egregious because they literally say, like, it's totally true. Like, it's $4.5 million. But the reason they claim it's the 3 out of 4 Pinocchios is because they say, but that's only 2% of Hillary Clinton's lobbyist money. And some of those lobbyists, yes, they represent oil and gas, but also represent the media industry, the drug industry, etc. I'm like, how does that make it better? How does that make it better?
You can barely even find those particular lobbyists in the sea of lobbyists that have done it. So he is
That's
lying.
literally what they're saying.
He's trying to say she's bought, but no, she's actually bought by a lot of different people.
That's what they're saying.
I know. But honestly, look, I think that when it comes to PolitiFact, I think they're being particularly weird in how they translate their article to the rating for Bernie. But they've been doing that for a while. There's this weird form. They do great work. There's a weird form of cowardice. They don't want to offend a lot of different people with their evaluations. So they'll give you all the information if you read the article, but then they don't want to call a lot of people who are still respectable liars.
Yeah.
If it's Donald Trump, whatever, pants on fire for everything. Look, but you could be completely lying. You won't get a pants on fire if you're a popular politician.
Look, the thing that bothers me about that, and I don't know what their intentions are, I don't know if it's because they want to avoid ruffling any feathers, but the vast majority of people don't sit down and read a long-ass, nuanced article or explanation of something. They read headlines and they read, like, the final paragraph to figure out whether or not the person lied, right? And so if it says mostly false, but in reality you look into the details and you find out it's not really mostly false, well, that's a huge disservice to people who read this stuff.
And that's not an accident. Okay, all right. Ted Cruz is speaking. We're going to take a break anyway, so I'm going to subject you to a couple minutes of Ted Cruz talking. Bernie Sanders is not speaking, believe me. Okay, we go to Bernie over Cruz. First, Cruz is much further.
Tonight is a verdict. It is a rallying cry. It is a call from the hardworking men and women of Wisconsin. The national political terrain began to change. In the state of Utah, we won 69% of the vote, a landslide. Winning every single delegate in the state. And just 3 days ago in Colorado, 2 congressional districts voted. Once again, They elected 6 delegates, and of those 6 delegates, we won all 6. And then 2 days ago in North Dakota, we had another tremendous win. They elected their delegates. Of the delegates who specified their support, 18 are supporting our campaign. 1 is supporting us. 18 to 1. I'll take that ratio any day of the week. Now tonight, here in Wisconsin, a state that just 3 weeks ago the media had written off. 3 weeks ago, the media said Wisconsin was a perfect state for Donald Trump. But the hard-working men and women of Wisconsin stood and campaigned tirelessly to make sure that tonight was a victory for everyone. Four very different states: Utah, Colorado, North Dakota, Wisconsin. 4 victories. So just how significant is tonight? Well, just today, our campaign has raised over $2 million. People all over the country going to 10cruise.org, 10cruise.org, 10cruise.org. Contributing $10 or $25 or $50, we've had over 1.3 million contributions. In the last 2 weeks, and in the coming days when Colorado and Wyoming finish voting, we are likely to have gained over 100 delegates on Donald Trump. And as a result of tonight, as a result of the people of Wisconsin defying the media, defying the pundits, I am more and more convinced that our campaign is going to earn the 1,237 delegates. Either before Cleveland or at the convention in Cleveland, together we will win a majority of the delegates, and together we will beat Hillary Clinton in Tonight was a bad night for Hillary Clinton. It was a bad night in the Democratic primary, and it was an even worse night for her in the Republican primary. We are winning because we're uniting the Republican Party. Of the 17 candidates who started this race, a terrific, talented, dynamic field, 5 have now endorsed this campaign. Rick Perry and Lindsey Graham and Jeb Bush and Carly Fiorina. And Wisconsin's own Governor Scott Walker. when you toss in Senator Mike Lee and Mark Levin. We've got the full spectrum of the Republican Party coming together and uniting behind this campaign. In 1960, accepting the Democratic Party's nomination, John F. Kennedy observed, "I think the American people expect more from us than cries of indignation and attack. The times are too grave, the challenge too urgent, and the stakes too high to permit the customary passions of political debate. We are not here to curse the darkness, but to light the candle that can guide us to see through that darkness to a safe and sane future. As Winston Churchill said on taking office, if we open a quarrel between the present and the past, we shall be in danger of losing the future." The same is true today. Tonight, Wisconsin has lit a candle guiding the way forward. Tonight, we once again have hope for the future. Tonight is about unity, and tonight is about hope. Young people in America once again have hope that we will bring jobs back to America. By repealing Obamacare, passing it, reining in the federal regulators that are killing small businesses, passing a flat tax, and abolishing the IRS. We will unleash incredible economic growth. Our border will finally be made secure, and sanctuary cities will end. Truck drivers and mechanics and plumbers and steel workers, union members, men and women with calluses on their hands, will once again see wages rising, opportunity expanding. Working moms, struggling to make ends meet will see take-home pay rising, the cost of living falling, and Common Core ending. Catholic schools and Jewish day schools, Brigham Young and the Little Sisters of the Poor will see a Supreme Court that protects their religious liberty.
Enough of that. So, listen, sorry to have subjected you to that while we were taking the break. I mean, it's a little bit of information as opposed to just seeing a blank screen. Since we were on break, I dipped in and out of it, heard it a little bit here and there, and every time I dipped into it, religious liberty, Jesus. I did, dude. I got it. But hey, on the other hand, it's working for him. Mm-hmm. So now here's the combination he's using to not only stay in this race, but I really think he's got a pretty damn good chance of winning. Okay,
Ted Cruz?
Yes.
You mean by delegates or at the convention?
I mean at the convention. Well, we'll see. We should discuss that a little bit longer, right?
So he crushed tonight, 52 to 30. It appears for the moment being with 37% reporting. So we'll have a long conversation about him in a second. But he's using religion plus conservative talk. Almost all the conservative media is on his side, right? And hey, look at this, man! What a godsend. I used to be the insane right winger, and God put this. So maybe he's right in believing religion. Put this animal to the right of me, Donald Trump, in some ways, right? He's to the left of him in a lot of policies, but in terms of fascism, he's a little bit to the right of Ted Cruz. And so now Ted Cruz says, I don't only get to be the most conservative, but I also get to be the most moderate, right? And so he couldn't have drawn it up any better. And I think he's probably going to take it at the convention. So what we can talk about?
He's super. You know what? I was also blown away when I went to some of his events. How much he hammered the religious thing. Like, I knew he hammered the religious thing. I was sitting there the first time I saw it. I thought at some point the crowd's going to start moaning, but they didn't. And I was so wrong about that stuff. They love that stuff. They eat it up, and he's smart to go after because he knows that the tail wags the dog in the Republican Party. Their base is what's more important, as opposed to the Democrats, which dismiss their base. The Republicans fear their base, and their base is evangelical Christians, and Ted Cruz has them, and they have the Republican Party. So Cenk is right. This could be Ted Cruz's nomination.
It's weird because at a town hall not a week ago, I heard Ted Cruz say that a politician shouldn't wear their religion on their sleeve. He's got it all over his outfit. And I think that this religious fervor is spreading because Sarah Palin gave a speech last weekend, and she was literally speaking in tongues. You have to be an angel to understand her. That was so funny.
She went after Azealia Banks today, and again, incomprehensible. And she said,
"No, I don't like that kind of language on Twitter." As I was speaking yesterday about the Black Lives Matter, but what about Alaska Lives Matter?
She really said that?
No.
Oh God! I mean, wait. Oh God!
Would you be surprised if she
No. I know people think that Black Lives Mattering, but
yes, that's what I was trying to do. That weird way that she tries to make everything seem present.
Yeah. So she said, "So, dear little rapper lady," I'm not kidding. She said something just like that. Okay.
No.
Yes. Okay. And she said, at least we can agree on one thing, that we should all be condoning racism.
We should all be condoning?
Yes.
She said that?
She meant condemning.
Hey,
why is she so stupid?
It's hey female rapper with female and rapper capitalized. Listen up, little darling.
She's a lady
rapper. Some of the lady rappers are very nice.
Rapper.
I was gonna say she came this close, but she didn't really come that close to being our VP. Because Obama crushed McCain.
Mm-hmm.
But can you imagine if that was our vice president?
Yes, I can, because I imagine we had a president that wasn't that much worse or better. That was actually just almost as bad. Right?
Yeah, he was.
And then think about even George Bush.
He was terrible. But how do you mix up condone and condemn?
No, but that's the thing is, okay, if we're talking, you might make that mistake. I have a mental block on how to pronounce Monaco. Did I get it right?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, thanks God.
Oh, yeah, you were saying
Monaco. I kept saying Monaco, right? What the fuck is Monaco? Anyway,
I had a Monaco blast one time.
Yeah, but he did a great job in getting that peace treaty with Egypt, though.
Oh yeah, Monaco.
Monaco bacon.
I love Monaco bacon. Have you ever had that?
Oh no, okay. Spaghetti a la Monaco? Are you kidding me? Okay. Anyways.
Hey, by the way, after Sarah Palin gave that speech that we're making fun of her, they gave her a standing ovulation.
But in this case, she wrote it down. It was a Facebook post. We can all agree to condone racism, right? I'm like, why do you? She sounds even dumber than she did when she was running for president.
Yes.
Back then, she had staffers.
Yes.
And they'd be like, hey, it's condemned, dickhead. It's condemned, not condone, right? Now she's on her own, and she's like, and probably run out of the TLC money. So she doesn't have any staff. She's like, oh, I'd like to condone the racism, you little rapper lady.
She's going rogue.
Right. Yeah. And then she's like, oh, gosh, I meant condemning. Okay. All right. So Mike Shekels, who runs the studio here for us, came and made a good point. He said, look, we're calling it, everybody's calling it for Bernie Sanders. This also applies to Ted Cruz, but I don't think there's that many people standing in line on the Republican side at this point. Sometimes there's been great enthusiasm, and a lot of times for Trump. In this case, there isn't a lot of evidence of that in Wisconsin. But if you're standing in line, don't go home, okay? And I know some of you, unfortunately, are still standing in line. Because the amount by which a person wins is enormously relevant.
Yeah.
So if you hear, oh, they called it for Bernie Sanders, I'm going home, that's a terrible mistake. Because depending on how big the lead is, that's how many more delegates Bernie Sanders will get, and he needs to close the gap between himself and Hillary Clinton, so we can't have that, okay? So if you care about Bernie Sanders winning, if you're a Hillary Clinton supporter, tell all the Bernie Sanders, oh, God, he won already. What are you guys still doing here?
What's the point?
Let's go grab a beer.
Right, the voting's not proportional.
So, okay, now, let's talk a little bit about the Republicans. Oh, thanks, guys. Bruce's speech is finally over.
When do we go to John? Now, John Kasich, he got 14% of the vote. When do we go to his victory speech?
Kasich's still in the race. What do you think, John? I don't know how deep you've looked at the Republican polls, but does Kasich stand a chance in any upcoming election?
I haven't seen any evidence that he does. And look, honestly, Cruz doesn't in most of them. But he really, from his point of view, doesn't need to. He needed to do this. They needed Ohio. They were hoping for Florida. Florida was like a relief valve for the entire thing, but they lost that, which meant that Ohio became 100% necessary, and Wisconsin became incredibly necessary. Both in terms of that Trump couldn't win, but then also that Cruz needed to win as much as possible, because it's not technically winner take all; it's winner take most. And there's a big difference between Trump. Getting 5 or 6 delegates and him getting 12 delegates out of it. And so from here on out, I mean, look, Cruz obviously wants to do as well as he can, and maybe he can win in some of the states. I haven't seen any evidence that he will. But he's playing for the convention. Kasich is 100% playing for the convention. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the strategy becomes very similar. They want to. It's more important that they get some votes and some support. They have to look like the people are on their side. But it's more important, I think, that they present themselves to the country a little bit, but mostly to the Republican establishment as
lead with 35% reporting. Again, I'm continuing to give you the updates because the size of the lead does matter. That'll determine how many delegates they get. John, let me ask one more follow-up, and then we'll have some discussions about what's going to happen at the convention. I don't know if you've seen it lately, but the New York polling seemed to indicate Trump was way ahead still in New York.
That's the last thing I saw. Let me find it right now.
And so it is surprising to me, at least, how convincingly he has held on to the lead in some of those states. And he does especially well in the South and Northeast.
Yeah, he's doing very well. I mean, the average right now is 32 points. The last 2 polls, which are both fairly recent, is 31 and 36. Significantly smaller advantage for Hillary. And by the way, apparently there was, maybe I can bring it up, someone said that there was a California poll today. I'm not seeing it here on Real Clear Politics, but they're saying today it came out and had Clinton up by 10. I'm seeing 14 as of a couple of days ago. And, I mean, we've seen both in Wisconsin to some extent, but especially New York, he was able to make up much bigger gaps than that in a much shorter time. Like, he's got months now to potentially improve on that. If he's down 14 points, there's no reason in 2 months he can't be up by 14 points.
What if Arizona? So when she won Arizona, we whispered of a dream that Arizona was the last state she won. But so far, it's been the last state she won. I'm not saying anything. Okay? We whispered it, and there it is. And then I said that if Bernie Sanders comes on the show, that it'll propel him to a lead. And then the day after he came on the show, he had a 1-point lead in the national polling for the first time. I'm not saying we were the cause.
Whisper of a dream.
there's no polls on Connecticut that I can see recently. Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully, fingers crossed.
June 7th, he overtakes her.
Okay. Okay. I was wondering about that. What's his? You know the guy.
Jim Hightower.
Jim Hightower giving a warm-up speech for Bernie Sanders. I was like, Jim Hightower is not at a Ted Cruz event, is he? I'm like, no.
He doesn't like moderates or centrists. He's people middle of the road. In fact, he wrote a book. The only thing in the middle of the road is yellow lines and dead armadillos.
Yeah, and so
I'm with him.
Yeah, Jim Hightower is a fairly well-known liberal for a long time. Okay, so let's talk convention here for the Republicans. This is important. So right now, today, we had Ted Cruz win in Wisconsin with a fairly significant win. It looks like, as we're covering it live, about a 20-point win over Donald Trump. He needed this state, he got it, and now they go to New York, where at this point Donald Trump seems to have about a 30-point lead, which is amazing. So Trump, almost certainly, if those numbers hold up, will have more delegates going into the convention. Well, now Charles Koch apparently putting out feelers about how maybe in the convention, if Trump can't lock it up, we go to Paul Ryan. Now, interestingly, the Koch brothers have been super Paul Ryan all along. Apparently, they love Wisconsin Republicans. Scott Walker, Paul Ryan, and they tried to get Paul Ryan to run last time around in 2012. But the guy actually turns out is kind of lazy. And he's like, can I just be the VP instead? That way I only have to run for 2 months. And lo and behold, he was the VP, right? He didn't have to bother running. They just handed it to him. Isn't that amazing? The power of the donors, right? So, okay, now their idea is, well, if Trump doesn't win on the first ballot, meaning he doesn't have a majority of the delegates, well, we go to a second ballot, third ballot, until someone has the majority. And the delegates that are not for Trump, one idea is that they never vote for Trump. Never, ever, ever. And so he can't ever get the nomination. At some point, they coalesce the anti-Trump delegates and all vote for someone else, right? So that's where the Republican fantasies of Paul Ryan, et cetera, come in. But there's a problem called Rule 40B. Now, I love this because they originally passed it in the Rules Committee on the Republican side to block Ron Paul. And the rule says you must have won at least 8 states. Now, Paul Ryan, for example, didn't run at all. He didn't win any states. Yeah. John Kasich only won Ohio. So it can't be Kasich. Rubio only won like 2 contests, maybe 3, right? Minnesota, Puerto Rico, and maybe Guam. So it can't be any of those guys. Now, the thing is, you could change Rule 40B. Yeah, like they did the first time. Yeah, and they changed it into that rule, and you can change it out of that rule. But you need a majority of the delegates. Here's where Ted Cruz comes into play. Ted Cruz also doesn't want to change that rule. So, because he's won in enough states, if they don't change that rule, there's only 2 people who could be the nominee, Donald Trump or Ted Cruz. So all of their delegates, which are plenty enough, will vote to not change Rule 40B. So since they wanted to keep out the populist and the libertarian and the outsider Ron Paul, they built a rule that they thought was for insiders. That now the 2 relative outsiders, Trump definite outsider and Ted Cruz kind of outsider, are using against the Republican establishment. Ironic elbow from the sky. So they will not be able to change that. I mean, it would be shocking if they were able to change it. So then, all these fantasies of Kasich and Ryan are nonsense. It's either going to be Trump or Cruz. Now, Trump will have the majority of the delegates, not majority, I'm sorry, will have, it appears for the moment being a plurality of the delegates, and he'll have his goons ready to riot. And don't underestimate that. Yeah. They'll start literally, physically pushing people around. I predicted that before Trump started threatening it. And then about a week, 2 weeks later, he's like, oh, yeah, we'll riot, right? Yeah, I'm not saying they should, but they should, right? So it could be Trump in that kind of a maneuver, and he will have the moral high ground that he very likely has more delegates. Or it could be Cruz going to the Republicans going, nah, you got to make a deal with the devil, right? Because the Republicans hate Cruz. Lindsey Graham joked around that if Ted Cruz was shot in the middle of the Senate,
and the Senate held hearings, you'd never be able to convict. Okay, that's how much Lindsey Graham hates Cruz. But then Lindsey Graham turned around and endorsed Ted Cruz. Yeah, because he's like, the only devil worse than Ted Cruz is Donald Trump. So the establishment might have to come around to Ted Cruz and go, okay, you get every one of our delegates, just beat Trump, okay? And now you have to understand, why is the establishment Republicans convinced that Cruz is better than Trump? Trump's a wild card, won't take donor money or their donor money for the moment being, so they can't predict what he's going to do. Ted Cruz, don't forget, number one, his largest donors are in the oil and gas industry, and he's an energy guy from Texas, so they know he can be trusted on. And Goldman Sachs started his career. They loaned him $750,000 in a low-interest loan. His wife worked at Goldman Sachs. They know Ted Cruz is a fake populist who all he wants is for himself to win, right? So, in the end, though, he'll be a good boy and do what his donors tell him. So, it might be Ted Cruz. Okay, here comes Bernie Sanders.
Last Wyoming caucus. It looks like all of them are here tonight. Thank you. Thank you very much for coming out. And let me remind everybody that we've got a really important caucus here on Saturday. Doors open at 9 a.m. Let's be there. Let's win in Wyoming. Now, I don't know if the audience here knows it. I don't see any TVs here, but it has been projected by, I think, all of the networks that we won in Wisconsin.
Everyone in that room is bordering Vermont.
Well, maybe 2 words, I don't know. About what momentum is all about. Momentum is starting this campaign 11 months ago, and the media determining that we were a fringe candidacy. Momentum is starting the campaign 60, 70 points behind Secretary Clinton. Momentum is that within the last couple of weeks, there have been national polls which have had us 1 point up or 1 point down. Momentum is that when you look at national polls or you look at statewide polls, we are defeating Donald Trump by very significant numbers. In almost every instance, in national polls and in state polls, our margin over Trump is wider than is Secretary Clinton. With the victory in Wisconsin tonight, and let me take this opportunity to thank the people of Wisconsin for their strong support.
He did 7 out of 8.
With our victory tonight in Wisconsin, we have now won 7 out of 8 of the last caucuses and primaries.
Frank is getting tough. It's Sanders. I like Bush had in debates. I'm whispering in his ear.
All of them with overwhelming landslide numbers.
Minnesota was the last state she won.
Momentum is about
Say, don't forget.
is that at a time in politics when
God.
every major candidate has a super PAC, we have said no to super PACs, said no to the billionaires who fund those super PACs.
That's why you're mostly false, man. I mean, Hillary, she takes a lot of money from each one of those lobbyists, but they don't count because she takes so much money overall.
Unprecedented manner in American history. We have, up to this point in the campaign, received over 6 million individual campaign contributions.
Yeah, a lot of these speeches similar, but not that line, because that line keeps moving up.
You know what the average contribution is?
$27.
Exactly right.
It has to have changed in the past month. Come on.
No, I bet people are sending in $27.
27 is also his Social Security number.
Paraphrase Abraham Lincoln at Gettysburg. This is a campaign of the people, by the people, and for the people.
Was he there when Washington crossed the Delaware? Mostly false.
We have decided that we do not represent the billionaire class. We do not represent Wall Street or the drug companies or the fossil fuel industry. And we do not want their money.
Send it to JohnnyPie.com.
Is about.
I've been waiting to sell out all my life.
That if we wake up the American people and if working people and middle class
I told you how much the iguana made over the last couple of days. You get pissed. Oh my God.
to stand up, fight back, and come out and vote in large numbers, there is nothing that we cannot accomplish. And what we have been seeing throughout this campaign is extraordinary voter turnouts in state after state after state. And I am particularly grateful and pleased that at a time when many of the pundits said, you know, those young people, they don't want to get involved in politics. They're not really concerned about the major issues facing our country. They're too busy with their video games or whatever.
Yeah, fuck those
And you know what's happening? All over this country.
That's right.
Young people are standing up and they're saying, you know what? We want to help determine the future of this country, which we are going to have.
I predict this lead is going to go up as Madison comes in. He's going to win by over 10 points.
What momentum is about is that all across this country, the American people are looking around them. And they understand that real change in our country's history, whether it is the trade union movement, whether it is the civil rights movement, whether it is the women's movement, whether it is the gay rights movement.
A major candidate that might win the presidency in America is talking about the trade.
Real change
Unbelievable.
never, ever takes place from the top on down. It always takes place from the bottom on up.
40 years, man. He's been right for 40 years. And all that time they pressured him and pressured him. God damn it, why won't you bend, Bernie?
Coast to coast. I have been from coast to coast. Been in California, been in Maine, been in a whole lot of states in between. And what people are saying, why is it that in America we have grotesque levels of income and wealth inequality? Why is it that the top 1/10 of 1% now owns almost as much wealth as the bottom 90%? Why is it that for the last 30 years, the great middle class of this country has been shrinking and almost all new income and wealth is going to the top 1%? The American people are asking, why is it that women go to work tomorrow and they're earning 79 cents on the dollar compared to men?
I feel like that number's going up. Didn't it used to be 77 cents? Has Bernie done so well that it's now 79 cents for every dollar for women?
People are asking, how does it happen that the United States of America, our great nation, is the only major country on earth not to guarantee paid family and medical leave? There are women giving birth in Wyoming and Wisconsin and Vermont today, but they're going to have to go back to work in 2 or 3 weeks because they don't have the income to take care of their family, which is why together we are going to pass 3 months paid family and medical leave.
Back to this. That revolution. We really need a revolution. Yeah, but you're a little rebellious.
I like incremental revolution.
They're asking, yes, the Affordable Care Act has done a lot of very good
Arizona.
things.
Made the best stuff on earth.
For your leadership. But in terms of healthcare, there is much, much more that has to be done. The American people are asking, why does it happen that every other major country on earth, United Kingdom, France, Germany, Holland, Scandinavia, Canada, every major country on earth guarantees health care to all of their people as a right except the United States, and together we're going to change that international
I think single payer is unrealistic. That's why every other developed country has it. So unrealistic. I mean, can you name one country that has it?
American people
I can name 40.
are asking young people.
I think I can literally name one that borders.
Why is it that when we are living in an increasingly competitive global economy, why is it that kids are graduating college $30,000, $50,000, $70,000 in debt?
I like how they pick that kid with the
in some cases,
behind him just to get a little New York.
Spending decades having to pay off that debt. We should be rewarding people who get the education they need, not punishing them.
Yeah.
Well, I was at one of these rallies, and people get picked. They get picked to go stand on stage behind the candidate, whoever it is.
The American people are asking, how does it happen when the scientists all over our country who study climate change and scientists all over the world are in virtual unanimous agreement that climate change is real, that it is caused by human activity, that it is already causing devastating problems in our country and around the world? How do we have a Republican Party that refuses to even acknowledge the reality of climate change?
Bernie. See, now I'm talking to the
Oh my
audience.
God, Jake.
Are asking,
they wired them all up.
Does it happen that we can spend trillions of dollars
I'm just annoyed.
fighting a war in Iraq that we never should have gotten in the first place?
Can we ask him about why he criticizes Israel for doing settlements?
He has not explained how he would break up the banks in his speech.
He hasn't. I need a detailed thesis on how he plans on doing that.
This country, our inner cities,
I'm going the other way.
Are crumbling.
I'm annoyed he hasn't told us the important things like, are we going to be winning or are we not going to be winning?
Are we going to make good deals or are we going to make bad deals?
Are we going to be proud of America? Are we going to be so proud of America?
What does Hillary Clinton's wife look like?
How come we can rebuild the infrastructure of Iraq and Afghanistan, but we cannot rebuild our own crumbling infrastructure?
What the heck?
Yes!
Why doesn't it?
Yes!
Yes!
Down with potholes! I'm tired of them!
I am the infrastructure.
The American people.
Yeah, but is it going to be tremendous or not? I don't know.
Yeah. Are they going to be good bridges or are they going to be bad bridges?
I don't know. Maybe they'll be a mess.
Can we not end a campaign finance system which is corrupt and which is undermining American democracy?
See all them going in the background like, goddamn right. They're so unrealistic. They should bow their heads like Barney Frank does and resign themselves to being on the losing side forever.
It means that you have a vote, and you have a vote, and you have a vote, and majority wins. What democracy is not about is billionaires buying elections. The American people are asking another very important and profound question. And that question is, how does it happen in the wealthiest nation in the history of the world that we have more people in jail than any other country on earth?
Unrealistic to get them out of jail. They literally asked them that once, like, how are you going to get them out of jail?
Yes. What the American people are saying is that now is the time to invest in our young people in terms of jobs and education, not jails and incarceration.
No, it's not like they literally say it's unrealistic to say we should invest in, like you were quoting earlier, the PolitiFact thing about his education program, right? That's unrealistic. But how about all the record amount of money we put into prisons? Not unrealistic.
Yeah, of course.
What is the worst that could happen if we tried a massive investment in higher education?
In Panama,
what's the worst?
Like, I don't think that billions will go unaccounted for and ISIS will get them. Like, nothing like that is going to happen. Worst case scenario, teachers spend the money in their neighborhood.
Okay, the program costs $75 billion.
One of the reasons
Iraq alone costs $1 trillion.
Yes.
Talking exactly about
such a crime
what happened, and that is wealthy people and large corporations figuring
then that's how we break them up.
That's how we'll break them up. That's his plan. Oh my God, we just cracked it.
And what the American people are asking is, at a time of massive income and wealth inequality, how does it happen that you have large, profitable, multinational corporations who in a given year pay zero, not a penny, in federal income taxes?
Doing a lot of circles today.
Now,
less typewriter, more circles.
Real change comes about, whether it is fighting racism, worker exploitation, sexism, homophobia. Real change comes about when people stand up and they look around them and they say, you know what? The status quo is not working. We can do better. Oh, yeah. And let me give you, I can give you many examples, but let me give you the most contemporary example of what happens when people stand up and fight back. If we were here in this beautiful auditorium 5 years ago, not a long time from an historical perspective, and somebody would have jumped up and say, you know, I think a $7.25 federal minimum wage is a starvation wage, and it has got to be raised to $15 an hour. Now, somebody stood up 5 years ago and said that. The person next to them would have said, "You're nuts. $15 an hour? You want to more than double the minimum wage? You're crazy." Maybe we get it up to $8, $9 an hour, but $15 an hour, you're dreaming too big. Sound familiar? You are unrealistic.
This is a regular communist talking point, wanting to increase wages. Just wanted to put that out there.
But then what happened is fast food workers, people working at McDonald's, people working at Burger King, people working at Wendy's, they went out on strike.
Yes.
And I was very proud to join with those workers in Washington.
Jimmy showed me. You know where Clinton is tonight? Primaries.
I just saw that too.
Amazing.
With an ex-APAC vice president. Notice Sanders didn't go there. Pretty anti-Israel.
$8 an hour. You got to raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour. And they fought, and they fought. And then suddenly a few years ago, Seattle, Washington, $15 an hour.
Yeah. And this is great. Yeah. Because it explains how it is realistic. Yes. If you fight, you win.
$15 an hour.
Yeah, right. Because Hillary got the
Oregon, $15 an hour. And in the last several weeks, in both California and New York, governors signed legislation for $15 an hour.
What happened? I thought if you fight, it's unrealistic. Turns out if you fight, you win. Wolfpack.com.
My point is that yes, we can change the status quo when we think big and when we have a vision. I am not naive. I know the power of Wall Street and their endless supplies of money. I know that corporate America will shut down plants in America and move to Mexico or China if they can make another $5 in profit. I know that billionaires are funding candidates whose job it is to represent the wealthy and the powerful. I know about the corporate media that will give us all of the information we need except what is most important for working families.
By the way, he started talking about the corporate media after coming out.
Oh, really?
That's true.
I know about all of that. But this is what I also know. I know that what history is about is that when people stand up and they say the status quo is not acceptable, we will not have children working in factories. We will not have working people on the job who have no power over those jobs. We will not continue to have segregation or racism or bigotry. We will not have women unable to vote or go to the schools they want or do the work they want. We will pass gay marriage in 50 states in this country.
To be fair, Hillary Clinton's also for gay marriage. I mean, since 2013. So, but practically forever. I know, but to be fair, he only came up with that Johnny Come Lately in 1978.
Is that when we are prepared to think big, when we are prepared to take on the greed and recklessness of Wall Street, when we stand together and we don't allow the Trumps of the world to divide us up by whether we were born in America or born abroad, whether we are Muslim or Jewish or Christian. We stand together whether we're gay or straight, male or female.
Oh, give me a break.
We can create a government that represents all of us and not just a handful of wealthy campaign contributors.
Oh, yeah. what his speech will do.
Now, this campaign
He will soon because it's going in.
has won 7 out of the last 8 caucuses and primaries. With your help on Saturday, we're going to win here in Wyoming. Come on.
Can't wait.
Then we are headed to New York.
Yeah! Anybody can be beat.
And I know a little bit about New York because I spent the first 18 years of my life in Brooklyn, New York. No, please keep this a secret.
Man, ever since you started getting 1,000 subscribers a day, you've been unbearable.
And I don't want her to get more nervous. But I believe we've got an excellent chance to win New York and a lot of delegates in that state. Then we're head to some other states on the East Coast.
Oh, yeah.
And we all have an excellent chance to win in Oregon and to win in California.
All the non-believers. All the non-believers. Yeah! Especially you, Tom Jackson.
I think that a lot of these super delegates are going to be looking around and that are going to be saying, which candidate has the momentum? Which candidate is bringing out huge numbers of people and creating huge
candidate? Obama. No.
Which candidate can bring out large numbers of people? See, I can't use the word huge anymore. It's out of my vocabulary. But we will win in November if there is a large voter turnout. That's what always happens. Democrats and progressives win when there is a large voter turnout. Republicans win. Otherwise, this campaign is giving energy and enthusiasm to millions of Americans.
Oh, yeah. On June 7th, here's what he's going to be saying.
Are tired of establishment politics and establishment economics.
Goddamn right they are.
I think the people of this country are ready for a political revolution. And if you ignore what you hear on corporate media,
ignore it.
The facts are pretty clear. We have a path toward victory, a path toward the White House. And Wyoming can give us an enormous boost forward. If we win here on Saturday,
I'm coming for you. I'm coming. Saturday? Yeah.
We often win, almost always win when the voter turnout is high. We do poorly when the voter turnout is low. Let us see on Saturday a record-breaking Democrats making it clear that this great state is part of the political revolution. Thank you all very much.
Here you go.
Seriously?
Hold on a second. I'll let you speak. Hold on a second, let me speak. Hold on a second. Go through it, champ. Come on. Okay.
Where is the come on one from?
It was from Hank Williams Jr. when he was saying crazy shit about Obama.
Oh, that's
So
right.
he was like,
That's
"Oh,
right.
come on," and then he said, "Obama." That's where that's from. There's so many great ones. Oh well, listen. I want you guys to use the tweeter to tweet to us because I haven't gotten much from you guys. Or you sent it, but I haven't gotten it.
And you can always follow me on Twitter.
He ran this time. People forget. That was Rick Perry. He ran again this time.
Yeah, almost for a full day.
Yeah.
He did?
He
He
was
ran?
the first one to drop out.
I don't remember that
He
at
was
all.
the first one to drop out and condemn Trump and say that they ought to get together to go against him. Remember he was?
Yeah. How's that working out? Okay, so let's talk about a couple of quick things here. So number one, why not Jim Webb? So I say that because Jim Webb ran in the Democratic primary for about a day and a half. Martin O'Malley ran, you probably remember him, and Lincoln Chafee ran. And so the mainstream media tells us that this Bernie Sanders thing, he's a fringe candidate and he doesn't have a chance. And no, my favorite thing is it's a protest vote and they're trying to send a message, etc. So that's why I bring up Jim Webb. Why didn't people want to send a message through Jim Webb? Why didn't they want to send a message through Lincoln Chafee or Martin O'Malley? So people, like the guys in the corporate media, they're flummoxed. They're like, Bernie Sanders, what's wrong with Bernie Sanders? It's because of clips like the one I played on the Young Turks today, where on the Panama trade deal, Bernie Sanders was one of the few guys who came out and said, no, let's not do that deal. It's not about free trade. Panama's economy is microscopic. It will add nothing to the American economy. The real reason we're doing that trade deal is so that rich people can hide their money in offshore tax havens. And this week it turns out, rich people from all across the world, including some corrupt politicians, were hiding their money in Panama, in an offshore tax haven, right? So that scandal is now called the Panama Papers. Mm-hmm. And Hillary Clinton, as Secretary of State, was like, the Panama trade deal, what a great deal. She bragged about it. I also showed that on the show today, right? Mm-hmm. So it's not an accident that people are supporting Bernie Sanders. They didn't pick him out of a hat, okay? They had plenty of options. The reason they're supporting Bernie Sanders is because the guy's been right for 40 years. You go and I can find a speech for you from Bernie Sanders almost anywhere along this timeline where you say, that Iraq war speech, Jesus Christ, did he nail that? Yeah. Man, all the things he warned about kind of happened, right?
Panama Papers.
You go down the list. So it's for the mainstream media that can't understand it, that's flummoxed by it and wants to dismiss it. It's actually based on something you don't understand. It's called substance. So I just want to say one more thing, Anna.
Sure.
So the great irony is that same media will turn around and go, the young people, they're supporting Bernie Sanders because they don't know what they're talking about. They're low information voters.
Yep.
Right? No, they're high information voters. They've seen those speeches online. They weren't around when he was giving the Iraq War speech. They were infants when he was giving the Iraq War speech. They saw it online. Did you show it? No, you've never shown that speech, have you? Did you show Hillary Clinton's pro-Iraq War speech? No, you didn't show that either. But they got that information because they're high information voters.
Yeah, so I want to add to that. I mean, we've talked about, young voters and how much they're underestimated in elections, which is incredible. Hillary underestimated young voters when she was running against Obama. How did that turn out for her? And she's doing the exact same thing in this election, and it's working against her. And she seems to think that these people are voting against her for stupid reasons, like, they're sexist, or, they're low information voters. No, they're voting against you because they're high information voters. They care about your record, they care about your policies, they look into it, and they realize, hey, you know what? We want the politician who looks out for us. We don't want a politician who starts the negotiating with, $15 an hour might be too tough. Let's start at $12 an hour. That's not a leader. A leader fights and fights aggressively, and that's what Bernie's doing. Another thing that I wanted to mention is, sometimes when we do these election events, very few, but once in a while we'll get comments or tweets from people who compare us to the progressive version of Fox News, right?
Yeah.
And so I just want to address that very quickly. So I don't want anyone to take whatever we say at face value to just believe us off the bat. You have the power of the internet. You have all the resources at your fingertips. Please research these issues. Research our statements. Call us out if you think we're wrong. I encourage you to do that. But with that said, what Fox News does is they intentionally mislead the audience and give them misinformation to support whatever candidates they like, right? The most right-wing, staunch conservatives. We support Bernie, and we're clear and honest about the fact that we support Bernie because he goes along with our deeply held political views that politics is corrupt and we need to get the money out of politics. That's something that we've been arguing about on the show way before Bernie even mentioned that he was going to run, right? Yeah. So we're not here to persuade anyone to vote one way or another. We're here to inform you. You make your own decisions. To say that we are the equivalent of Fox News, but on the progressive side, is ridiculous.
Yeah, and it's on the internet where we do a show, you don't have the luxury of being wrong or BSing people, right? Because the audience will leave, right? Like the TV's used to an audience that's literally captive. They're captivated by that little box that was in their living room. It's been in their living room for 50, 60 years, and you can't go outside of the box, literally, right? In our case, you have a million options. If you think we're BSing you or lying or you can prove we're wrong, you're going to leave, right? And you're going to call us out on it right here in the comment section or on Facebook or on social media. So we can't pull a Fox News. Fox News, by the way, according to, I believe it was Gabriel Sherman's reporting, Roger Ailes, which runs Fox News, actively said that he wanted to pick the president in 2012, okay? And he had secret meetings with Chris Christie, trying to urge him to run, and then General David Petraeus, okay, to get a general to run against Obama. And that's clear. That's been reported by many different sources. And meanwhile, do they say it on air? Do the Fox News hosts come out and go, oh yeah, that's right. We're trying to get David Petraeus to run against Obama because we hate Obama. And in fact, we want to control the Republican Party, right? Of course they don't say that. They're bathed in lies and deception, right? So, yes, there's all the difference in the world. And in terms of change, you mentioned change and the incremental change. Mm-hmm. You know, we're also talking about that on the Young Turks today in the first hour. And, you know, as you look at Hillary Clinton's record, you realize it's not just a matter of, hey, do I want a revolution or do I just want a small change? Because sometimes she pushes for small change in the right direction, $12 minimum wage, but not 15, too much, right? But at least she's going towards a higher minimum wage. But sometimes she pushes for small or significant change in the wrong direction. So the Panama trade deal, which was set up to be corrupt. The whole point of the deal was let the rich take their money out of the country, hide it in an offshore tax haven, and they couldn't do that if we didn't sign that trade deal. It was aimed for the specific purpose of tax evasion. Yeah. Now, by the way, Bernie Sanders knew that at the time. We knew that at the time. I showed an old clip of me talking about it from Occupy Wall Street. It's not like it wasn't known. It was known. And they did that deal anyway. So sometimes you don't worry. I'm just going to give you small change. Oh, yeah, small change towards pro-corporate, pro-millionaires, pro-billionaires, pro-establishment. So if you're just looking for a small change from Hillary Clinton, be careful what you wish for. You might get it.
Yeah, her incremental change is always in the wrong direction. Her incremental change, you're going to have incrementally more war. You'll have incrementally more banks failing. You'll have incrementally more selling out of the American worker and middle class. You'll have these other kind of increment. You'll have incrementally more fracking. You'll have incrementally more reliance on fossil. This is the kind of incremental change we will have under Hillary Clinton. Those kind of incremental changes will have incremental higher debt burdens on students. We'll have incremental bad things for people. By the way, and the income distribution will get incrementally larger.
Yeah, and also, you know, the incremental change that happens in the right direction is regarding social issues. Well, Bernie Sanders not only agrees with her on a lot of those social issues, he's more aggressive in pushing for those social issues, right? So when we talk about maternity and paternity leave, he's in favor of that, so she doesn't really have a one-up on him on that issue, right? When it comes to minimum wage, he's better than Hillary is on that issue, obviously, like we already talked about. He wants $15 an hour, she wants $12 an hour. When it comes to education, he wants free public college. She does not want that. She wants you to do work study, which is fine. I don't have a problem with that. but she also wants to continue a system that has failed us, right? So the incremental change in the right direction is nothing compared to the massive amount of change that Bernie Sanders is pushing for.
Bernie Sanders is now up 11 percentage points.
Yep.
I predict he will win by 12 to 15 points.
You're upping it as we go.
I said over 10 a little while ago.
You did.
I'm changing it.
I'm just hoping that tweet I sent much earlier of 15 to 20 before she massively narrowed it. I hope he keeps
He's
playing.
coming back. He's coming. See, because Milwaukee was stronger for her. That's 100% in.
Yeah.
Now the other places are coming in for him, which are stronger. So
61%.
Don't freak out.
We still got half of Madison, Dane County.
61% reporting 55-44 lead, 11-point lead for Bernie Sanders. Meanwhile, on the Republican side, 50 to 32 for Ted Cruz. That's an 18-point win. So let's talk about the. Yes, go ahead.
It's very important there. I don't know. I'm trying to think of a primary. Nate Silver was talking about this earlier, and he seemed to contradict himself. But I'm not sure that there's a primary where Trump has broken 50%, where he's actually gotten a majority of the popular vote. I don't know that Ted Cruz will use that, but that's the point in his favor in terms of explaining why the party establishment should overturn the will of the people if he can actually finally get a majority share of the vote, and Trump was never able to.
Okay.
Also, an important stat that they've been breaking down on 538, which we criticize, but I still love generally, is that Trump continues to just barely match the final polls, indicating that he still has almost no ability to get last-minute voters. He still gets a very small share of the people deciding immediately prior to an election.
Yeah. No, okay, I have a tiny theory on that, which is that the Trump voters are not using their minds, so how would they decide late? Like, they saw him, and they're like, yeah, businessman, just Trump. I'm going that way, right? Whereas the last-minute deciders are actually deciding, right? Yeah. And if you're deciding, like, what puts you over the top? Which policy position of Trump puts you over the top?
Yeah.
Right? No, if you're like a gut authoritarian, racist, etc., right? Or you hate the fucking politicians on the upside, right? Then you're going to go Trump. And at the last minute, if you're like, oh, which policy? Well, then you're likely to go with Cruz. Or maybe you listen to talk radio and they're totally pro-Cruz.
Yeah.
Especially in Wisconsin, the local conservative talk show hosts have been battering Donald Trump. Yeah. Not just in the run-up to this election, but for months already.
Hey, considering Trump's personality, there's probably a good chance that a lot of people looked at Trump and Kasich, and some of them said, yeah, I'll go for him. And others who perhaps they couldn't bring themselves to vote for Cruz might have just said, fuck it, I'm not voting. Because of what Trump represents and how much he makes even committed Republicans absolutely hate what the party is doing.
Okay. So, let's pause here. I was going to talk about the Republicans, but let's pause. You know why? Let us whisper of another dream. Okay. So the last time we whispered of a dream, it was that Arizona would be the last state Hillary Clinton would win. That's preposterous. Has she won a state since? Oh, she hasn't. She hasn't.
In fact, she lost another one she had already previously won.
That's true. Nevada flipped. We keep saying 6 out of 7 before tonight. So Bernie Sanders wins tonight. Now it's 7 out of 8 since the March 15th debacle. Let's be honest about that. Okay, 7 out of 8. But actually, it's 8 out of 9.
Yes.
Because Nevada flipped in the meanwhile. And she had won the voting, to be fair, but her delegates didn't show up. And they, caucus, your delegates, after you have won them, have to actually show up and get counted. They didn't get counted because they didn't show up, so he wound up having more delegates than her in Nevada, and so that state, you want to talk about an enthusiasm gap. When your delegates don't even show up.
I was told half of her delegates didn't show up.
Right. So now he puts Nevada back on the board, right, for him, and so they're going to vote in Wyoming. It's a caucus. It's white. It's weird. It's next to Vermont. So, very likely to win it in gigantic percentages. So that's on Saturday. So then all of a sudden it's 9 out of 10. 9 out of 10. And still no win for Hillary Clinton since Arizona.
And I think when does he take the lead in states? I think it's after Wyoming.
Uh-huh.
Right now, I think they're tied in states. Are they not with Wisconsin on the board? Let me do some double checking. I'll show up until then.
Okay. Now, of course, it's not that important because the bigger states have more delegates. Okay. Now, speaking of bigger states, now let us whisper of mystery. What if he were to win New York? See, because the whole point of the 8 out of 9 and all that was to lead up to New York. At the time, it was a crazy dream. Because not only had he gotten walloped on March 15th, and then as we were hoping for momentum, he lost in Arizona, but Emerson, this crazy polling outfit, had come out with a poll that said that she had a 48-point lead in New York. Okay. That lead is now down to 10.
Drums.
Okay. Now, it was an outlier. She didn't really have a 48-point lead. But earlier, when she did have 30-point leads, that has dwindled all the way down to 10, according to the last poll. And it's only going in one direction. It's only going towards Bernie Sanders. It's not going towards Hillary. Okay. And now, all of a sudden, 9 out of 10. 9 out of 10. Right? And so, is it conceivable that he could win New York? It's certainly conceivable. If he wins her quote-unquote home state, which she was the senator for, she's the senator from New York. What if Arizona's the last state she wins? I'm going to say something. The South is done. Done. Every single state in the South is voted. Every single one. There's nothing coming to the rescue. If anything's going to come to the rescue, it's going to be New York for Hillary Clinton. It could be Pennsylvania and New Jersey, but if he wins New York, and then he's got some time to pick up votes in Pennsylvania and New Jersey. Earlier in the show, we talked about how he's closing her lead in California. What if Arizona was the last seat she won? Okay. Whisper a dream. Whisper a dream. Whisper a dream. He wins by double digits in Wisconsin. That dream came true to it. Okay. So, I'm not saying all that's going to happen, but the last time we whispered of a dream, all of a sudden it's a reality, right? So if that keeps on going, and I'm just telling you this, and this is not one of my predictions, don't write it down in stone or anything like that, but I will tell you this. You're going to want to watch this show on the New York election. If he wins New York, if he wins New York, then all the doubters and all the non-believers and all those guys, it's a whole different ballgame. Because New York is the second largest state. Then you pick up real delegates, right? And then you've got Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Connecticut, all those states coming. And then you've got California with over 500 delegates. So, she's got a big delegate lead. Well, not as big as she used to. And he can easily overcome that with the size of the states that are coming up. He might have won small states, as we were pointing out a little bit ago, right? But now here come the big states. Here come the big states. So I'd like to quote my old friend Bart Scott. I got to reach around for this. Okay, that's a funny way of putting it. Okay.
Call the non-believers. Call the non-believers. Especially you, Tom Jackson. Anybody can be beat. Anybody can be beat. Anybody can be beat.
New York?
Can't wait.
So, just a little whisper. A little lower now. A little lower now. A little higher. Okay. Should we talk about Republicans? You got something for me?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that there's enough of a buffer so that the clip that we just recorded will be done. So it won't be called Debbie Downer. I have a little bit of bad news.
Oh, no. Here we go again.
And people need to understand, people seem to think that if I say something that seems objectively true in one way or another, that I'm like trying to be Debbie Downer. I'm not. I don't want people to be blindsided if something happens and to say, well, we don't understand why this happened.
Oh, John is such a Debbie Downer. Who invited this guy?
I just tweeted a Bernie Sanders image. I support cartoon depictions of it.
Oh, give me a break.
Okay. He's still gonna win, but there is an additional hurdle that he needs to overcome in some of these upcoming states.
This guy looks like you're killing me, Larry.
Because there is unfortunately something that makes Wyoming and New York and Connecticut and Delaware and Maryland and Pennsylvania similar. Those are the next upcoming states.
I know. This is important.
They are all unfortunately closed primaries, which is bad news for Bernie Sanders.
Wyoming?
It doesn't mean he can't win.
Wyoming was a caucus.
The caucus. Wyoming's a caucus, right?
Wyoming is.
Oh no, there are no more caucuses. I think we're done with caucuses.
I think there were 2 more.
But Bernie said it was a caucus, but I don't know.
Yeah,
he might have had a.
Wyoming is a caucus. Virgin Islands is a caucus. Puerto Rico is a caucus. North Dakota district. North Dakota. Those are closed, unfortunately.
Oh,
Some
so don't
coming up.
count Wyoming
Like
yet?
California's mixed. There's other Rhode Island mixed. But again, it doesn't necessarily matter if he continues to gain ground as he is in the polls. Like that doesn't factor in the fact that he's done 20 points better.
Okay, so I got a new nickname for John. Alarm clock. Because as we're having a sweet little dream.
I waited. No, how about
Get up! It's time to go to work.
How about an inconvenient truth? I'll take that. No, yeah. So this is just another hurdle that he will leap over on his way to winning in June 7th.
There you go.
There you go. Don't freak out.
I'm not freaking out.
What was that? I didn't hear that.
Don't do it, champ.
Okay, so there you go.
Don't do it, champ. Okay.
Okay. Wait, let's give it.
There you go, baby. There you go.
Okay. So. Okay, we gotta talk about the Republicans one more time.
That's what makes me laugh.
You know who that is?
No.
That's a Palin relative. Like it's her uncle or something. They went hunting together. And I forget why it was a story like they shot themselves in the head or something. I don't know. It's the Palin clan, right? They did some clownish, buffoonish thing, and it became a news story. But they had cameras there, and they said, "There you go, baby. There you go."
I love that.
By the way, I just want to be clear about something before we continue talking about more stuff. When I'm on my phone, I'm not like Tindering or texting or like looking at porn.
You're engaged.
There's
I know.
interest in this
I'm
room.
literally doing the same thing everyone here with computers is doing. I just don't like having a computer in front of me. It's like cumbersome for me.
I look more legit doing it. Sorry.
No, but the funny thing is, it's true.
Yeah.
They look like, we're working.
Yeah,
we're reporters.
I know. It looks like
what are you doing over there? Tweeting.
Yeah. And by the way,
they're tweeting.
I'm tweeting. I also have Instagram open, and I'm actually looking for.
I'm on nothing but
None of you guys know.
I'm on nothing but news
very
sites.
seriously.
Yeah, I got.
I'm on 538 right now.
I'm on 538.
What if he wins New York? What if he wins New York?
I said it to start the night. I said that.
But what if he wins New York?
When will he drop out then?
Okay. So now I want to talk about.
Yes, if he wins New York. Yes. Yeah, that's what happened. Hey, yeah! And then June 7th becomes a coronation and the biggest fucking party we've ever had.
Don't freak out. You're freaking out.
Yeah!
Definitely freaking out here.
Yeah! You don't. I just allowed myself to dream it, Jank. I just allowed myself to dream it.
Okay. So.
Yeah.
I'm really worried about you right now.
Okay.
I just thought about it. Think about it.
I know. No, that's what I was trying to
Think
get you
about it.
What if he won it? What if he won New York?
Okay, all right. You guys want to hear a headline?
Yes.
It'll get you fired up in a slightly different way. This is from the Daily Beast. Politics headline. Bernie takes Wisconsin. Changes nothing.
Is that literally the headline?
Changes nothing.
Is the subtitle where a garbage news site? I think that's the subtitle.
Mashable had this very similar headline before the voting. They're like, Bernie Sanders likely to win, but it'll mean nothing.
It will mean nothing.
Okay? Now, imagine if Hillary Clinton had won the last 7 out of 8 elections and flipped an election that had actually gone for Bernie Sanders, like Nevada.
Yes.
Right? And then why is Bernie still in the race? Why is he still in the race? This is crazy. She's winning every state. She's winning every state. Bernie, tone it down. Tone it down, okay? Now, Bernie, look, I know, I get it. There's a difference. He's losing right now. He has less pledged delegates than she does. But just the constant barrage of when he wins, it never counts. It never counts. That state is too white. They called Hawaii too white. It is the least white state in the nation. Literally. That's a fact.
right? Hawaii was too white. Every state's too white, too weird, too caucus state or neighboring Vermont. I can't wait for the headline about how if he wins California. Well, I mean, yes, he wins California and he's got more delegates, but California is next to Vermont.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you imagine if he goes on to win the general election? Oh my God, it includes Vermont.
Yeah. And the country is majority white, so does it really count if Bernie's president? Anyway, so look, I don't need the headline today to say that's it, it's over, Bernie wins, right? But I think an accurate headline is about, hey, well, people were counting Bernie Sanders out, but he's won a great string of victories here, and you know, we'll see if he can make a race of it if he wins in the Northeast. I think that's a fair headline, right? Saying every time Bernie wins, and now we've heard it, Kansas, she had a 35-point lead in the last poll in Kansas. It was 2 weeks before the voting. It's not that long before the voting. It was a caucus. I understand all that and all the excuses people make. But she had a 35-point lead, and he won. No, I'm sorry. She had about a 15-point lead, I think, and he won by 35, right? So it was like a 50-point swing in the voting. Michigan, at least there was a little raised eyebrow because he was supposed to lose by 18, but he won by 2. That's a 20-point swing. They were like, raised eyebrow? No, put it back down. Put it back down, right? Never gets credit for any of the victories. So, like, I get it. You want to give Hillary Clinton credit for her victory? She deserves it. She won in landslides in the South. So should you note that? Of course you should know that. If you're a halfway decent reporter, you talk about it. You talk about the size of the victories, etc. Her somewhat surprising win in Massachusetts. That's a big win for her, right? Nevada, oops. Right? But when he wins, why not write the proper headline? And that's because we've proven over and over again with the Washington Post. They say what he says is true, but rank it 3 Pinocchios out of 4, 16 headlines in 16 hours against them. Daily Beast, I did an earlier story, an avalanche of negative Bernie articles. And by the way, some of the people who write those negative ones are people who are angling to get a job in the Hillary Clinton administration. Let's be clear about that. So there's no one angling to get a job in the Bernie Sanders administration. No one in the press is angling for them, right? They don't believe it's going to happen, and they don't believe Bernie Sanders would help them as a payback, right? Whereas Hillary Clinton is transactional. If you're writing the right kind of articles, perhaps you could be in our communication staff. Perhaps, you know, you could be an undersecretary. I mean, we've got to reward you for all those years of having our back, right? Yeah, and fighting the good fight. I mean, White House, I don't know about press secretary, but, you know, someone in that corps. So those guys, a lot of them, they might not tell you this. In fact, I read a headline that said that people who are supporting Bernie Sanders have a dog in the fight. Well, first of all, we all have a dog in the fight. We want to see who's the better president, right? But that was literally written by a guy, I believe, who's angling for a job in the Hillary Clinton administration. You want to talk about a dog in the fight? And they never tell you that. In fact, a lot of them used to work for Hillary Clinton. Kelly Goff used to work for Hillary Clinton. Mike Tomasky wrote a book about Hillary Clinton with great access from Hillary Clinton. You might want to write another book about Hillary Clinton, right? But they never tell you that. Instead, what they say is, Bernie Sanders wins, but yeah, it doesn't matter, it doesn't count, and it's not important. Daily Beast. I mean, that's what John was quoting. Bernie Sanders wins Wisconsin. Changes nothing.
Changes nothing. Changes nothing. Of course it changes things.
Well, it didn't change their opinion of him. That's true, I guess.
Oddly enough, I feel like their very biased coverage against Bernie is working to Bernie's favor, right? Because the more they keep denying the success of Bernie Sanders, the more his supporters get riled up. I mean, that Occupy CNN protest that happened over the weekend in Los Angeles was incredible. The crowd was diverse. There were a lot of young people there that were fired up about political issues. They were aware of political issues. And just to see thousands of people on Sunset rallying behind Bernie. I mean, the reason why they did that is because CNN hasn't been doing fair coverage of Bernie. I mean, that raises awareness about a candidate in ways that a stupid article in the Daily Beast or CNN could never do.
Okay. So I can't help but say 2 more quick things about that. So earlier today, Jordan got into just a little discussion online on Twitter with Jake Tapper.
A little tiff.
Yeah, and I wouldn't even call it a tiff. You know, Jordan was pointing out that, hey, CNN, maybe you had those protests because you guys keep counting the superdelegates
when they haven't voted yet, right? And they could switch as they did in 2008. It's a great point. It's factual. There's no question about that. Jake Tapper responds with, well, I'm not doing that. I'm on there. I only talk about pledged delegates, which I believe, because Jake Tapper is actually among the better journalists in TV. I mean, are there really any journalists? So I put him at almost at the very top of TV guys. Okay,
which is like being the skinniest guy at fat camp.
Yeah, no, it is, and I've criticized Jake's reporting before, and I can show you parts that got me, furious. But he is better than the other guys. That's my opinion, right? And so I believe him when he says that. And then Jordan said, okay, well, how about the rest of Seattle? Okay, and then of course that conversation is over, right? Because tonight it's on right now.
Oh my God!
1,771 delegates for Hillary Clinton, 1,092 for Sanders. You know what that does? That counts super delegates.
Yeah, but it said right there that, oh no, it doesn't actually mention that at all.
It doesn't mention it. It doesn't clarify that they're counting super delegates that have not voted. They haven't voted. Okay? And previously when super delegates endorse, they often switch. It happened in the last Democratic primary in 2008. Either they are awful at their job or they're doing it on purpose. Right? And either one does not speak well of them. That's why they're having those protests.
Yes.
Right? Now, the other good news is, honestly, thanks to you guys, we've become a little gargantuan, right? So now I see other people in the media kind of like, oh, hey, what's up, guys? Right? Because in March, we passed 200 million views. I mean, we used to brag about being at 100 million views. Now it's past 200 million. It was 215 million views in March in YouTube and Facebook, right? Daily Beast. I don't want to get it out of you. Okay. I mean, they are minuscule by comparison. See, in the old world, it was like, oh, Daily Beast, Tina Brown, I do the glasses. IAC owns it. That's. And today in Washington, still, if you said Daily Beast Young Turks, they'd be like, well, Daily Beast is legitimate, But
because they had Howard Kurtz at one time.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. And then they had to fire him for Jimmy. What was the name of the show that he
Well, he used to host a show called Reliable Sources, Jake, and he had to leave the program because he filed too many stories that were unreliable.
Okay, so I laugh not because we're doing great, and Guardian had a recent article about this. So the headline was, as Bernie is the political revolution, the Young Turks is the media revolution. And the text of the article was a little snarky, they say self-proclaimed #1 online news show, but actually you just do the research, right? And if it turns out I'm full of shit and you find out somebody else is #1, write it, right? So anyway, that's okay. Overall, it was positive. But in that article, you began to see the sea change. And it's not just that article. I'm beginning to get mainstream media guys go, hey, how you guys doing? Mm-hmm. I think one of the things that changed it, and we keep it super real with you guys, is that we hired Jordan. And so they're like, oh, they're hiring.
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't think about it that way.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah, now you have people in the field and people see them. It was weird when
No, Jimmy. It means maybe they hired me.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, son of a bitch. I didn't
and if any journalists are listening, we've actually been having secret talks to hire you, that particular journalist. You specifically.
No wonder Michael Schur was nicer to me.
Oh, you should have heard what he said when you weren't in the room.
Yeah, right.
He won't be saying it much longer on Al Jazeera.
Oh, get out of here.
Come on. I'm keeping it real.
God, you're
keeping it real.
You're as negative as John lately.
I know, right? And that's not fair. They're going to be on the air till the 12th of this month.
Why would you say a fact? You are such a sexist.
That's a whole week from now, Jimmy.
So that's what it
Michael's
is.
Michael's the original Young Turk, man. He's epic politics.
No, we all love Mike. We like to bust each other's balls.
Yes, that's right. So anyway, I don't know why I brought that up, but it felt good. No, and I want to say, look, as always, thank you guys, right? And so you make the show possible. That's why I brought up the Guardian piece, because in the Guardian piece I explained, like, who are we, right? Are we great hosts? I mean, maybe some of us are, right? Okay. I mean, but who could argue that Johnny Pie is a great host, right?
John is a great host.
I have never argued that.
No, seriously, God bless everybody that works here, and we're okay, right? But it's a revolution. And we happen to have, like Bernie Sanders, we happen to have the right position, right? We got kind of lucky. We're progressives. Our views line up exactly with the progressive millennial views. And so you guys have picked us up in this tidal wave and are carrying us, right? Because I don't want to get too ahead of myself, like by saying we've become that voice or your voice. But I do hear that from people from time to time, and I couldn't appreciate it more. That's the highest compliment you can give us, right? And if we are, lucky enough to be that voice for even a fraction of any given time, I mean, well, thank you, right? And so thanks for making all this possible, and it's also financial. We literally couldn't do it without you. It's tytnetwork.com/join. The members carry this show. And I did an interview this morning that will go up a little bit later on TYT interviews. It was with Douglas Rushkoff. He is a genius in where the web is going, etc. And he's the guy who coined the term viral media, right? He's coined many of the terms that we use now, etc. And he's a forward thinker. And he said, look, a lot of these other companies are built to blow up because you're supposed to, grow really fast in 18 to 24 months, and then to sell to someone or to go into the stock market, make all your money, and then retire, right? Whereas we've done something crazy. We built a real business because it's built on you guys, right? Like, because there's actual viewers. It's not BS. We didn't buy the views. We didn't do anything like that. So thanks to you guys, we can actually sustain this.
Yes.
And membership is how we sustain it. tytnetwork.com/join, okay? And I tell you that, and I hope that doesn't annoy you, but you made this wall, the studio possible through the studio donations at Indiegogo.
The second toilet in my house. I have
a second toilet in his house.
It's a big deal. It saved my marriage, Jenk.
No, but
Thank you.
The most important thing that it's done, okay, is give us freedom. Right? The freedom to speak the truth. And I love that. I love that I can say anything I want to say based on the facts that I've researched, and I don't have to worry about anyone coming after me and saying, Anna, you might want to tweak your tone. You might want to be careful with criticizing that corporation. No, I can criticize whoever I want. And it's great.
Yeah. So, thank you guys for that freedom. You gave us that freedom. And so if you hadn't given it to us, we wouldn't be here today. So, okay, one last thing, guys. I promised the Republican side discussion for one more second here. Although, frankly, I've forgotten because they don't care about them. Trump turning point. Yes, just a quick discussion on that. So, Trump has said so many crazy things, even since the last time we had talked about the mountain of crazy things he said. And this crazy stuff is not the stuff that helps him. Oh, I hate the Mexicans, the Muslims. That stuff, it's crazy, but that only helps him grow. It doesn't cut anything away from his support on the Republican side. But now, all the talk of the abortion. I mean, in the beginning, was let's go punish the women. And now his disapproval rating with women is above 70%.
Wow.
It's like, I've never seen anything like that, right? But then he turned around and said, the abortion laws, we should keep them as they are. Like, what? Like, on the Republican side, that's beyond heresy. No, the whole point of the Republican Party is change the abortion laws. It's pro-choice. It needs to be pro-life. We're going to be pro-life.
Jake, he did actually change after that. He then later on said, until I'm president.
Yeah, they had to put out a panic back and forth. They had to put out a panic statement the next day through a spokesperson in a tweet, right? Like, no, we meant keep the laws as they are until I become president. Until Trump becomes president, right?
Unless you don't like that, in which case, never change it.
I mean, the guy's a hot mess.
And so I thought maybe Wisconsin is a turning point, and tonight Cruz wins big in Wisconsin.
Yeah.
And so many of the talk shows and conservative media are supporting Cruz, and he's got the religious voters. But it looks like Trump still has a 30-point unassailable lead in New York. I say unassailable because it's not going down.
Yeah.
You know, unlike Hillary Clinton's lead, which is going down, Trump's is not. So, I mean, I know there's that crazy thing, if he doesn't get the majority, as we explained earlier in the night, they might take it from him in the convention through that process. But man, it doesn't look like he's going to lose to Ted Cruz, right? He's going to have more delegates coming in. That's almost a certainty now. That's amazing.
You know, what you're saying, I would say it's about 75% right, so I'm going to label it mostly false.
Our Washington Post correspondent here.
I'm a Republican newsman.
So 2 things I want to say about Trump. First thing is, yeah, of course he flip-flops based on the type of reaction he gets from voters, right? If he feels like the voters don't like some of his statements, he just flip-flops, and unfortunately the voters are dumb enough to just go with it, right? But on the abortion issue, he messed up. I don't know how much it's really hurting him. I think that Wisconsin is a very unique state in that the Republican voters there are very much turned off by his rhetoric. Okay, CNN did this really good report, I gotta give them credit where credit is due, where they went on the ground and they spoke to voters in Wisconsin, and a lot of them, especially those who work in, you know, labor jobs, hate the way Trump talks about, you know, minorities, hates the way that, you know, he basically is vague about his policies. Like, Republican voters in Wisconsin, surprisingly, are very well informed, okay? I don't agree with their politics, but they actually pay attention to the issues and they care about the issues, which is why I think Cruz did so much better than Trump in that state. Now, I'm not surprised about New York and Trump winning it. I think that Trump is likely to win more primaries than Cruz is, but I lost my train of thought. Sorry about that.
I could sense it.
Yeah.
I'm like, wait, I think she's going to lose her train of thought. Oh, there it goes. God damn it, it went out the window. Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. So, John, part of the reason I brought it up because I want to ask you. So, what do you think happens here?
As a result of what happened in Wisconsin?
No, that's certainly a factor, and obviously that's what happened tonight. But overall, you think the Trump train keeps on rolling?
Well, I mean, I think he had an opportunity to almost certainly put this thing away by winning in Wisconsin, which wouldn't have been impossible. It did seem increasingly difficult over the past 2 weeks, but if he had won, his chances of hitting 50% plus 1 would have been much greater. Now it becomes more difficult. He's still almost certainly going to win New York, although it does matter by how much, because of the way the delegate math works in New York. Winning over a certain threshold in individual counties will give you a larger share of the delegates. And since right now they're fighting in the same way that Hillary and Bernie are for every delegate they can, he can't just win in New York, his home state. He needs to do well as well. I think that winning Wisconsin means that I don't think that he's going to get to 50%. I think we're going to have a contested convention. I think what will happen there, I see it a little bit differently than you. I think that there's a good chance you're going to be right. I think that the easiest thing for them to do if they don't give it to Trump is to give it to Ted Cruz. That seems like the easiest thing to sell to the voters, considering how many votes he's gotten, how many delegates he's gotten. But in the same way that a lot of people are saying that the Trump delegates, who aren't chosen by Trump, they just are forced, most of them, to vote for Trump the first time, after that can do whatever they want. I think Ted Cruz has a better hold over his delegates, but he doesn't have 100% hold over them. Their ability to change that 8 states rule, I think you have a good point that it will be difficult, and he might be able to hold on to enough of his delegates to make sure that they don't change that. But there's no reason to believe that he couldn't lose 10 or 20 or 30% on any particular actual ballot vote, let alone rules-changing vote, where their opinions of what should be done might differ widely. And so I think that you're probably right. I think that the plurality, I think if I was going to distribute the odds of what might happen, will go to Cruz at the convention. But I think that there's still a good chance that it could go in some random direction. Whether that random direction is a Mitt Romney or Paul Ryan or God knows, or Kasich or whoever.
Could you imagine if the ticket this year is Mitt Romney and Paul Ryan?
The first time, let's go for another round.
But those are the 2 guys that they're considering coming in from the outside.
They really don't have any idea.
How hilarious would that be?
Yeah. Hey, you guys didn't like him before? Don't like him again.
Not new or improved.
Yeah.
Oh, we forgot to run some of Jordan's clips, but you'll love them. Go to TYT Politics, youtube.com/TYT Politics.
I don't know if you don't notice what the percentage is. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah.
What is the percentage, Johnny, now in Wisconsin?
It looks like it's 12.1%.
12.1%.
Getting up towards 15.
12.1% for Bernie Sanders.
What did you say? 12 to 15?
I said 12 to 15 point win.
No, but that's what Jimmy said, though. Damn, Jimmy, there you go.
2 weeks ago, I said Hillary Clinton. That was her last good night. I think it was over 2 weeks ago. I said that. I don't know. I've been right.
I mean, the guy's been right. What are you going to do? Mostly false.
3 Pinocchios.
Kind of on fire.
Okay, so we leave you with that thought, guys. New York.
New York. Whisper.
Whisper. Okay. It is. Look, it's a close primary, and she still does have a lead, right? And if I had a 10-point lead, I'd be pretty happy with that, right? So it is possible that that night will be a dark one. Okay, the night is dark and full of terrors. Mm-hmm. Let's be honest about that. And there is a dark night in Gotham. So all those things are true. But what if? Okay, and so far we whispered of one dream, and it seems to have come true, right? For the moment being. What if the second dream came true? What if that happened? My God, if we call New York, state of New York for Bernie Sanders, this place is going to explode. Okay, we literally are going to break the furniture. I think when Jimmy jumps up, a couple of pieces of furniture will be broken. Edwin, get ready. Okay.
Can I give a bit of good news?
Yes.
I do have good facts, people.
Johnny, good news.
Okay, so everybody, I think, is rightly focusing on the way that in Wisconsin over the past couple of weeks, he made up a lot of ground and then was leading in the polls. He did a lot in that time that he had. But also, you shouldn't forget that the spread, the aggregate polls, up until today, had him up 2.6.
You know what the latest one is?
12.1.
No. More reporting now. Up by 14.
He beat the average by 12 points.
Amazing.
Okay.
Don't freak out.
He's only down by 12 points in New York.
Okay.
Don't freak out. He beat.
Oh, no, my bad. 12.3.
Oh, goddamn.
So
I did the math wrong. I panicked.
That's okay. So he's still got room. He's
beating the polling by at least 10 points in Wisconsin.
Right.
And if he beats the polling by, don't freak out. It's all happening. Revolutions are hard. It's always darkest before the dawn. And right now, it was dark 2 weeks ago. It's really just getting brighter and brighter.
God damn.
Because when New York goes towards Bernie, that makes California in play. California becomes in play. And then look out, all the Holly.
Super in play.
And then we're going to get George Clooney in here and fucking ream his ass.
I don't know why we went there.
Right, because he's backing Hillary.
I know he did a
And I see him at sushi, and he knows he's going to see me at sushi.
Well, for California lib threat. I'll see you at sushi.
That's right.
All right, guys. We're going to see you tomorrow. Thanks for watching. Thanks for making it happen. TYTnetwork.com/join. And we'll see you at sushi. Bye-bye.